Hello everyone, welcome aboard. So just following our flight plan. I could Juliet to Lima Papa, that is correct. Flying as Speedbird 22 Bravo Heavy. Welcome aboard everyone. Apologies, I think I am, oh no, I'm actually on time today. I am on time, surprisingly. Let me just take a quick look. I don't know if Grumpy's going to be joining us. I did send him a message. Granted, it was quite late when I sent him the message, so I don't know if he's going to be joining us or not, though I hope he does. No, that is very much unconfirmed. There we go. Here it loads or not. Microsoft, you broke something. Oh no. Five, 3, 5. Alright, let's try this again. In the meantime, get the pilot up. There we go. That's what I'm talking about now. You're flying as a Speedbird 22 Bravo in an AB77 whiskey today. Alright. Anyway, let me go ahead and get up Moby Flight real quickly. And then, yep, news guy is looking good. All right, good. We are all set. We are all set for the most part. Actually, no, we are not, because we still need to get maybe a flight running properly. And it's this one that I need to have run. Alright, anyway, let's go ahead and get this thing started up. I know I did say it was going to be in the A350-1000, then I found out that we don't actually have any A350-1000s at Heathrow. Alright, get those on. Boom, 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 boom. Nav lights, logo lights, wing lights on. Just using my broken thing. Sorry, just want to verify that this is working, which it is. Alright. No, tomorrow's new nav data. Alright, let's see here. Electronic flight bag. Request data from SimBrief. It's Nix 15. Alright.
Runway. Awareness. Okay.
Meters.
Fry, are you with us in the stream yet, or are you about to begin your descent? I know you said something about that. Let's see. Fry, let's take a look in terms of traffic real quickly. Fry is right here. Gonna begin descent for Charles de Gaulle here soon. In a United. Nice. Alright. Anyway, let's see here. Seatbelt signs auto. Come on, wing control. Is wing control maybe not upper? Because what's going on with my FMC here? Why is it not working? Cement Pro. You know, before we get too far into this, you have an off lock time set for another half an hour out. I may or may not be tempted to do a quick sim restart because I'm having a few issues. Oh, there we go. Now I got it. So, GPS in it. Route. Let's go ahead and get all this data in. Set payload. Select or set fuel. Select the route. All right. In the meantime, though, APU on. It's not going to be that long at all. Load the route. In terms of, let me just take a look at the METAR real quickly. METAR for Heathrow. Variable to not connect 1019. NH1019 set. You can go ahead and do that. Alright. Yeah, this wing control stuff is really nice. Alright, let's go ahead and activate the route now. Come back here down to the FMC. Performance in it, we can go ahead and accept that. It'll automatically grab the 0 fuel weight. Alright, in terms of our performance data, 404 feet of margin. Fuck no. Now that is with an assumed temp. Let's take it off assumed temp. Actually, let's do assumed temp. But full takeoff power on a flaps 20. See what improve climb. I don't know. What about? What would takeoff 2 look like that way? Yeah, we can do assume temp on a flaps 20 for takeoff 2. That's fine with us. That's fine with me. Takeoff 2 assumed temp 3-2 on a flaps 20 takeoff. Alright, and that's gonna mean our number's gonna be 150. Oh wait, wait, that's on 27, right? What only are they using in real life? I mean, it won't really matter because we have the margin. We have a really, really, really good margin. Start flying into Cairo. That's neat. So Beaver 9 Echo. Yeah, it'll be. Yeah, it'll be 27, right? It'll be runway 27, right? And I believe we are on a Compton departure. Yeah, take a quick look at our flight plan. Yep, we are on the Compton 3 Foxtrot departure. Let's go ahead and get Navgraph up so that we can take a look at what that looks like. Once I was arriving into Cairo, I was flying into Cairo yesterday. First footage that some of you have already kind of seen, some of you have not. Alright. 27 right, which is 27 right. It's not 09, despite whatever that says. It is not 09, it is 27 right for departure. Compton 3 Foxtrot departure. So yeah, initial climb, altitude 6,000. Or sorry, initial climb 6,000. And go ahead and make that 6,000 now. On that, and that is on an initial heading of 268. Okay, perfect. Flight director's on. We can't do ONAV and VNAV until we are set. Alright. Anyway, let's go ahead and finish putting in this takeoff data real quickly. Then actually we'll be ready for push and start in about 5 minutes. Alright, 150, 150, 158. There we go. And are we on Tara already in terms of the transponder? We are. Squawk 2000. Perfect. Perfect. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome aboard British Airways flight number 229 service now. Baltimore, Washington, Thurgood Marshall International Airport. The current time is 4:43 Zulu, 5:43 UK local, and then also known as 12:43 Baltimore local time. And if you are going to go ahead and push back off the gate, so kindly ask any ground crew to please vacate the aircraft, as we are about to, like I said, we are about to push back. You should be able to experience some nice stunning views of the western coast of the UK as we climb out of Heathrow. In case anyone's curious. Alright, tonight's in-flight meal will be a lovely steak for our first-class passengers, and everyone else gets whatever shit they have in the back. Anyway, thank you all so much for flying with British Airways today. Hope to speak with you very, very shortly. Like I said, any ground crew, please vacate the aircraft as we are about to go ahead and push back off the gate and begin our journey over to Baltimore. Just one final note. I'm expecting a total flight time today of about 7 to 8 hours max. I'm hoping to have everyone at Baltimore by about 9 o'clock local. However, no guarantees on that. Depends on what happens as we cross the Atlantic. Anyway, thank you all so much for flying with BIA today. Hope to speak with you very soon. Thank you. Alright, let's see here. Let's get those on. Beacons on. GSX, do your work, please. AP's running good. It's ground power. Roof shocks. You want the center is good. Cabin crew safety demonstration, please. Cabin crew safety demonstration. Thank you.
Hello, Captain. We are ready for pushback.
Good, so am I. Need to actually just do a miniature flight controls check here. What reason I do this? Excuse me. Alright. Heathrow traffic, speedbird 22 Bravo, heavy, 777 300, stand 535, push and start facing north. Heathrow traffic.
Locking gear.
It'll be 27 right for departure. For departure today. I know it's 27 right because Clark told me it would be 27 right. Unless the winds were awful, which they aren't. Face north on taxiway Bravo.
Release parking brakes, please.
Parking brakes release.
Commencing push. All engines clear. Start at will.
Alright, beacons on. Let's go ahead and start number 2 first, as that is our inboard engine. Oh, I think I'm taking the 772. Let me quickly fix that. Alright, let's go ahead and take another. Let's go and take number 1 now. I can essentially confirm a good engine start on number 2. Take auto brake RTO. Alright. And our cruising speed for today is gonna be
Please set parking brakes.
parking brake set.
Unlocking gear.
Decimal 8. 6 is what we're gonna try to do. And try for decimal 8.6. Alright, go flaps full now. As we go ahead and perform our flight controls check. GSX just crashed, by the way. Alright. There's GSX today. Full up. Full down. Full left. Full right. Alright, and of course my cam is not calibrated to where it should be. Damn it. Camera control, zoom. Exposure. -9 works. Alright. Flaps in. Alpha taxi now, holding point Alpha 3 for runway 27 right via Bravo and Alpha. Heathrow traffic speedbird 22 Bravo, heavy taxiing now, holding point Alpha 3 for runway 27 right via Bravo and Alpha. Heathrow traffic. Alright, good. Taxi lights on now. Turn off lights on. We are on the move. We are on the move at 12:50. That means we're going to take off around 1. It is a bit of a longer taxi. And then, hopefully that'll mean they're by about 9. That's what is VNAV currently estimating us for? 11:35 Zulu. Actually, that's not bad at all. That's spending Baltimore with 16.4 tons of fuel. Assuming everything goes to plan here. Remember, we do have a noise abatement procedures in place here. Which means our initial climb needs to be as steep as we can possibly make it. Then we level off, or then we begin to level off about 2,000 feet. If we can, that is. Obviously, we fly the aircraft safely first, and then we can do noise abatement procedures. However, noise abatement procedures are optional when it comes to flying the aircraft first. Noise abatement procedures are optional. Remember, aviate, navigate, communicate. Noise abatement procedures are more navigate section, if not even in the communicate section. Fly the aircraft first, then navigate, then communicate. Specifically in that order as well. Cabin crew, what seats for takeoff, please? Cabin crew seats for takeoff, thank you. The plan was to take the A350, but then we didn't have any here at Heathrow. Damn. Annoying. I'd rather do a scheduled flight in a triple than a non-scheduled in a whatever. I'd rather do a scheduled flight in a triple than a non-scheduled in an A350. It will make the virtual airline. It will make the XNO virtual airline a bit more money. Good morning, Jeff, for tuning in. Welcome aboard this British Airways flight number 229, operating as Speedbird 22 Bravo, service now on Baltimore, Washington, Thurgood Marshall International Airport. During the flight, we're actually going to be looking at houses, I think, in Manny. Maybe I'll reach out to a few. Because the thing is, I have a benefit that a lot of people don't have. I can pay cash. So I don't want down payment and proof that I can make payments. It's like I can give. I know that the UK government caps it. I can pay that deposit easy. In fact, I can pay the landlord ahead of time for like 4 months, and still be fine. Right, flaps 20 now, doing a low thrust but high flaps takeoff for this one, and that gives us that essentially what that does is that it improves our efficiency. It's 120% less thrust on a lower assumed temp, but it still gives us pretty good margins, and at the same time it's our best option in terms of fuel efficiency. Lower assumed temp, higher flaps, lower thrust. Because remember, the flaps will create the lift. So it will create a little extra lift needed. Now the flaps also introduce drag, but in this case it is completely fine because the amount of drag that the flaps are going to produce is nothing compared to how much lift they're going to produce. So. I'm curious about something. FS section, or no, did you set up our options, simulation? It says I have it configured correctly. These ruders are just feeling very, very sensitive on the nose movement, making me think that maybe the rudders are linked up to the nose wheel steering, but no, it's correct. Right. Strobies on, landing lights on. Right RTA, good. Heathrow traffic, speedbird 22 Bravo, lining up now runway 27 right. Heathrow traffic. See what this RAS system is like. I installed a new RAS system.
Approaching 27 right.
Oh, that's good. Not a cloud in sight. Nice.
On runway 27 right.
Yeah, okay, this RAS system is so much better than the FS2 cruise stuff. Or sorry, shit. Alright. Just verify new messages. Be aware of New Sky has in fact been started. Wind now 290 degrees 4 knots. QNH still 1019. Alright. You're on a Compton 3 Foxtrot departure. In terms of our speed, it's 150, 150, 158. Right. Heathrow traffic, speedbird 22 Bravo. Heavy, taking off now, runway 27, right on a Compton 3 Foxtrot departure. Initial climb, altitude 6,000 feet. Heathrow traffic. Oh shit. I forgot to set this to V2, so that's going to be 158. There we go. Alright. Stabilized. Toga. Airspeed alive. 80 knots. $100 knots, everything normal. V1 rotates. Pause rate geared up. Going to bring in the flaps one level to 15. Bye-bye, Heathrow! Heathrow traffic, speedbird 22 Bravo. Heavy now, airborne passing, altitude 2,000 feet. Initial climb, altitude 6,000 feet. Compton 3 Foxtrot. Heathrow traffic. There's a reason I say this thing knows the world. Now, I do prefer the 772 variant. The 77 whiskey is not bad at all. No complaints on the 77 whiskey. Bring the flaps all the way in. Autopilot on. Don't know why it decided to activate the approach right there. I might have mapped that wrong. Shit. Whatever. Yeah, I'll fix that. Right. Be climbing now. What's our optimum 340? Alright. Climb now. Alright. No, actually, we're fine. Estimating Baltimore with 15.8 tons of fuel. Alright, we'll be climbing next. Flight level 340. Alexa, turn on Ryan's desk. I don't know what it keeps saying. Yeah, I don't have to live for. I don't have to live with it for long. We're just gonna go and put 340 in here for right now. Yeah, I'll just throw 340 in there for now, and then we'll take the step climbing probably before we go to Chinook. So. I am getting bloody peckish. Welcome aboard, Drifters RC. Welcome aboard. We have just taken off out of London Heathrow inbound for BWI, which is just north of Washington, D.C., in a city called Baltimore. If you know any significant American history, you may recognize that that city is quite important to us. We are flying the 777-300ER as a BA today. Because the 777 rules the world. No doubt about that. In terms of active aircrafts, the 777 rules the world. Alright. Then we are off direct to Waypoint Compton. I'm gonna film this week. I promise. I'm actually gonna film the current setup tour. It's it'll be valid for the next 2 months. Because I'm actually at the point now where I'm not gonna buy anything else for the setup until I move. So. For those who are unaware, in September 14th specifically, I am hopping on a British Airways flight from Baltimore and into London Heathrow for the final time. I'll be moving to the UK permanently in September. I'll be aboard British Airways flight number 228, service to Heathrow out of Baltimore. I'll be flying on 777-200ER, and I will have I'll have 4 bags with me, carrying whatever I can carry. And then once I'm set over there, then I will start shooting again. Alright, anyway. Final call Heathrow traffic, Speedbird 22 Bravo, heavy climbing now, flight level 340, final call Heathrow traffic. Thing we do have to keep in mind is a oceanic clearance. You have to keep that in mind. Extended pressure. As you are now passing transition altitude. Once again, we were supposed to take the A350, but then found out that we didn't actually have an A3. The X&O Virtual Airline didn't actually have any A350s at Heathrow, so I'd rather fly the triple than wait for company and beg for an A350. The triple will make more. This thing will make more money because, yeah, this thing will make more money. And in terms of that takeoff, let's take a quick look at what that looks like. Oh, that was a dead-on, perfect takeoff, I think. Yeah, that was a perfect takeoff. In terms of our route, in case anyone is curious, this is what it's going to look like. Here's where we are now. Going to go all the way through, Cardiff area, all the way through the south of Ireland. Join Oceanic at waypoint Malot. Take one of the more northern tracks, and then descend more or less to the south of, or more or less more south up here. Then we will be descending through the normal route, Nookie transition into Baltimore, through this route, through Nantucket, Nelly, Farrell, I always forget, Salisbury, Modena, via the Trish 4. And I have no clue what runway it is for Baltimore. We'll figure that out once we cross that road. Welcome to Crypto Foxtrot November 1. No, I should have said Crypto FN1. Sorry, there. Yeah, I can tell you're new. Yeah. Sorry, Foxtrot. If anyone is not familiar with the NATO phonetic alphabet, it's one of those things that I might actually begin to push English teachers to teach in schools, because it helps out a lot, especially on shitty radios. Oh, thank you. I appreciate that. I do appreciate that. Alright, we are past 10,000 now. Landing lights off. Running turn-off lights off. Taxi lights off. And we can get the passengers out of their seats. Currently estimating Baltimore at time 11:45 Zulu. So that is... It's 5:11 Zulu now. So actually, that's not bad at all. It's about... Yeah, is that 8 a.m. arrival? Is that by 8 a.m.? So that's 12. That is. Damn, I was expecting closer to 9. Nice. Nice. Damn, I am quite peckish. Depends on the situation. It really depends on the situation. In terms of favorite plane to fly, hands down, it's got to be the 777. In terms of other factors, in terms of getting into small tight places, the A3, nothing beats the A319. The A319 is perfect for smaller airports. When it comes to medium to long haul routes, nothing beats the 777. I'm sorry, nothing. I know people will say, "Oh, what about the A350?" The A350 is not bad, but the 777 just does everything so much nicer. In terms of looks, I love the 747. In terms of my favorite bus, I love the A321 Neo specifically. It just depends what's the situation. In terms of favorite bus to fly, hands down, that'll be the A321, though the A319's a very close contestant. It just depends. It just depends on the situation. Yeah, if I had to choose an aircraft to stick with for the rest of my life, the answer might surprise you. I would actually stick with the A321 Neo because it would give me that versatility that I would want. Now, if I had the option between two aircrafts that I could stick with for the rest of my life, then the 777 would be immediately on there, and then I would take the A319 because between the two of those, I am set for life. The A319 is good, and the 777 is good as well. But I mean, now I will say the 777 doesn't win any awards on looks, but it wins awards on reliability, long haul fuel efficiency, and overall being good to fly. Okay, non-airliner. Ooh, you put me on the dot. You put me on the spot there. Depends on what I'm doing. Fighter jets, I don't follow fighters. I'd have to, when it comes to fighter jets, I'd probably have to say F-14 Tomcat. I think. I don't follow fighter jets at all, unfortunately. And then in terms of GA aircrafts, I love the Warrior 2. However, I'd love to maybe fly something a little bit more modern than the Warrior 2. I love to maybe fly something a little faster, something a little nicer than the Warrior 2. The Warrior 2, by the way, is the PA-28. But maybe I'd like to fly something a little faster, a little bit more modern. Though currently, in terms of airliners that I actively fly, or sorry, in terms of airplanes that I actively fly, the Warrior 2 is the best that I got in the hangar. And the reason why it's the best that I got in the hangar right now is because it is. And it's because I've been doing my vet UK P1 with the Warrior 2. So. But I guess maybe the Piper Cherokee or something. Maybe the Archer 3 or whatever it's called. I hope that answers that question. But I love the Pipers. Sorry, I love the PA-28s. And then I also... And then I guess in terms of fighter jets, I guess I'd have to go at 14 Tomcat. Those things seem nice. Those things seem old. They seem nice. So... But we do some VFR on the channel. We don't do as much as I'd love to, but we do a fair amount. We still do a fair amount of VFR on the channel. All right, I can't really see. We are about to pass COD if anyone's curious. I don't know. I don't think we're gonna be able to see it properly because of this cloud cover. Oh, card is over there actually, but yeah, no, this cloud covers too much. Oh. At least we get some nice views of whales from this direction. Alright, we normally estimating waypoint Malata, because we do have no chain of clearance yet. 611 Zulu, so about 50 minutes. Not bad. Let's go ahead and get that oceanic clearance on request then. We do not actively have an oceanic controller, but let's still get the oceanic clearance on request. Nat track. Sign in Evatsim. Request clearance. 340. Actually, we're gonna request it for. Estimating landing currently 12 Zulu, so that is. So whatever UK time is plus an hour, so that'll be 1 o'clock UK time, and then my local time, that'll be 8 a.m. 8 a.m.-ish. This is you can kind of ignore this number right now, this ETA, or add like 15-20 minutes to it because it's not factoring in any form of arrival procedure. Because I don't have the arrival procedure yet. So, what I do need to know though is if I were to go into VNav, next page. Oh shit. We're gonna have to get a step climb then once oceanic. Because our max, what I would like to do is I would like to get up to 360 now. But that's not gonna happen. That's not gonna happen. Gonna get up to, we're gonna go, so I have to file this for 340 on a Mach decimal 86. Then we can, then what we'll do is we'll get a step climb to 37. Then we'll get a step climb to 360. So essentially we'll be level 34,000 feet. Then we're gonna go ahead and climb to 36,000 feet when the time comes, and then we may or may not have another one beyond that. I don't know. We probably will to 3.8, though that is very much unconfirmed. So. Alright, anyway, I have to put this in as 340 for now. We're gonna be doing 0.86 on the Mach speed. So, quite fast. I don't think Malat to doubt that is actually it. We entering via Shanwick. ETA right now for waypoint Malat is 611 Zulu. So in about 50 minutes. Current TMI is 189. And then I always throw the cell count in the free text, which is Echo Juliet Lima Papa. I don't explain what the cell count is for those who don't know. Alright, and that is our Oceanic Clinch on request. I know that we don't actively have an Oceanic controller right now, but I always want to get this on file, just in case we do get an Oceanic controller. Not that they require it, but it does significantly help them out. Alright. So for those who don't know what a cell cal code is a... Oh, for something, let me explain the issue with... Or let me first off explain VHF and HF, because there's a difference. VHF is what you use more locally. So centers, center, tower, ground, they all use VHF frequency. So, now the benefit to that is it's quieter than HF, and VHF, you have more reasonable frequencies for VHF. However, HF is not like that. HF is more long range, but it's also louder. And so, instead of having to have your headset connected and listening to whatever at all times, we do what's known as cell cal. And what a cell cal code... Oh, we're flying as BA. As British Airways. Speedbird. Lovely BA. So, anyway, so what you can do, so what we do, instead of having to listen to a very loud frequency, is we tune the aircraft to detect a code. And what that code does, when the aircraft responds to that code, it'll pop up an alert on the screen of the aircraft. And what the aircraft will do is that then alerts the pilots that ATC wants to talk to. So then the pilots put their headsets back on, and they begin to communicate with ATC or whatever they need. Okay. That code is what is known as a cell cal code. Now ours is not this, because I have a different one programmed into our vPilot client. But anyway, this is a good example though. Golf Juliet Delta Sierra. So this here is a character, and this here is a character, and this here is a character, this here is a character. All these are played by distinct tones over HF. Okay. And once again, ATC wants to get in contact with let's say this particular aircraft, so because we're flying as Speedbird 22 Bravo, right? Maybe we're entering into Gander airspace from what we call it, from Shanwick airspace. They're going to tell us to contact Gander control, or sorry, Gander whatever. And then they will, so they'll send a little thing here, tell us we need to contact ATC again, and then we contact ATC and do whatever. So I'm not a real pilot. Actually, I was denied my FAA medical. So that today might actually go work for a sim company, for a flight sim company. Don't know yet. But I'm not a pilot. I still have a dream to become a pilot. It's annoying that my medical was denied. I might, however, they didn't say it wasn't a complete chance that I could get it. I think part of the issue is that I've been out of school for like the past year and a half. So my brain isn't as sharp as it was. So I think that's part of the issue. So anyway, I'm not a real pilot. However, I do know a lot of pilot procedures, and I am one of those few people out there who can explain cell cal really well, and why we need it. So, alright, anyway, we are out of fuel in our center pumps, so we can go ahead and turn those off. In terms of fuel right now, we can do a free to check real quickly. So, in terms of fuel, we are looking fine. But we have a tiny bit left in the center, so that's fine. Got a total of 62 tons of fuel on board, which is not bad at all. So that is fuel. Radios are fine. We are still monitoring advisory 122.8. But I am going to go ahead and tune my, I'm going to go ahead and tune guard frequency on real quickly. So that'll be it. 1215. That's 21.5. Alright, then we can go ahead and go back to this frequency. Or back that one. So now, oh no, let me just go ahead and make sure that I'm actually listening in on 21.5 as well. Alright. There we go. Good. I'm listening in on 21.5 now, which is guard frequency. So that's fuel. Radios. Engines are fine. From my understanding, let's go ahead and check those real quickly though. Yep, everything is within value. Oil quantity is fine. Vibrations are nice and low. Oil temp is fine. That's exactly where we want it. So, yes, it is. It is an emergency ATC number that everyone monitors. Okay, so maybe your radio's down. Maybe there's an emergency going on, and you need to alert it to all controllers. Okay, for example, an engine failure. Well, actually, engine failure. It's even though they still prefer to notify via just normal ATC. But think maybe you've been hijacked, or maybe your aircraft have had an attempted hijacking event. 21.5 is that emergency ATC frequency. Maybe your radio's out. ATC will try to contact you on guard, or on that frequency. Right. If for some reason, if you need fighter jets to be, if you need any, if you're being hijacked, then you can call the fighter jets for the through that. Yeah, 21. Oh, I don't know if you can do that, but 21.5 is the guard is the frequency that everyone monitors, and yeah, it's important to have. And pilots will get in trouble if they misuse it. So, no, the A320 is a nice aircraft. The A320 is that's a nice aircraft. I like the A320. My issue is I prefer the 319 and 321 over the A320, just because I prefer the smaller jet or a bigger jet. No real in between for me on that front. I mean, the 777-200 is the closest I get to being in between. So, all right. Anyway, we did engines. Direction is fine because we're on LNAV, so the aircraft is flying us. Which we do need LNAV to be on, and then altitude is fine. We're 340 with a step climb 360 in about an hour and a half. So that's our free to check completed. Free to check is we should be doing free to checks once every 20 minutes or so. Now, in terms of our fuel, I do want to actually check our fuel temp. So I don't know. I think it'll be fine. Yeah. Oh, yeah. We're fine. We are flying on the VATSIM network. The game itself, Microsoft Flight Simulator, is actually installed locally on my PC. Though we are flying on what is known as the VATSIM network. I do highly recommend you fly on the VATSIM network. You can see how many other virtual aircraft are on right now. There are a lot. And actually, that simulator is getting an upgrade. This year's VAT Simulator, by the way, actually it's getting a massive upgrade. This is what VAT Simulator is going to be looking like, starting, or here soon. getting a massive upgrade. Yeah, well, here's the thing. So, VATSIM is... It's made up by a group of volunteers. Okay? So, and they do have rules. You have to... They want you to be extremely professional. Now, if you want to kind of ignore the rules, then you can use Say Intentions or Beyond ATC. I think Say Intentions is the more standard now. Right, and so right now there's the only controller that we have. Well, there are a few controllers online, but right now, in terms of our flight path, the only controller that's online, there's no guarantee that they are going to be online at the time we get there, is Boston Center. When you're not under ATC or monitoring and transmitting your intentions on what's known as 122.8, so Unicom, that is a VATSIM frequency. You still want guard to be tuned in, but anyway, you can just see how the sheer amount of aircraft though. You can see how many are crossing the pond. Yeah. It's a nice network, and there are events. So let's see here. We have Algerian Wednesday coming up today. Cologne Wednesday. Leave Online Day. Let's see here. Anything special tomorrow? There's an S3. Ooh, there's an S3 exam for South America. Tomorrow. Welcome to Helsinki. Moscow Online Evening. IFR Thursdays. That's all the way down in South Africa. Leipzig Thursday. Thursdays in Toronto. So. What do you mean? What do you mean? So VATSIM training. So the way that the VATSIM joining process is, and I recommend that you do more than this because you will. Yeah, well, in terms of this flight, so we're flying a transatlantic flight, so it'll be a long one. Wait, this flight's we are going to be landing in about 6.5 hours. So it's a bit of a longer one. Now, when it comes to VATSIM training, the process is you sign up. You have to be over a certain age. It's been raised to 16. It was 13. It's been raised to 16. Actually, where was it? I think it was 13. Either way, it's been raised to 16 now. Those who are in that age gap have been grandfathered in. Yeah, I'm gonna sit here. I'm gonna look at housing. At houses in a few minutes for the UK. But yeah, I'll be here the entire time. I'm flying an aircraft, so. I mean, I might be upstairs and grab some bite to eat. A bite to eat for a few minutes, but anyway. Anyway, the process is you sign up via that. You sign up for it, then you go through a little bit of pilot training. And this is like the bare minimum for pilot training. It's really recommend you do a bit more. You choose what division you want to start with. So I started out with USA. However, I transferred to the VAT UK division because this channel is owned by the British Empire. Okay, no, it isn't. But anyway, you move on. Eventually, you're gonna have a P0 test to perform, which is just a multiple choice. It does have a minimum passing score though. Once you pass that, then you can log into the VATSIM network at your will and fly along. Now there are rules. There is a code of conduct that is heavily relied on. Please do not violate the code of conduct. You will get in trouble if you do. You have to use your real name. If they believe that you are underage, they reserve the right to ask you for some form of identification. As if they believe that you are underage. Failure to provide it will result in a ban. You are only allowed to have one account of VATSIM. If you get banned, that's on you. So, But anyway. But anyway. Vatsum's good. Vatsum's good, though. I like Vatsum. Once you get past all the rules and regulations, then you're good. So. Alright, see you in a bit. I'm getting bloody peckish. I'm getting bloody peckish. All good. All good. Alright, how long to Oceanic? Oceanic in about 30 minutes. I think it might be time for a sandwich. It'll be time for a sandwich, which I can make down here. I just don't have any mayo. I just don't have any mayonnaise though. I get paid tonight as well, which is nice. Right, any notifications I should be aware of? Trump has no idea how to get out of this war with Iran. Yeah, of course he doesn't. Of course he doesn't. He started this war and now he can't get out of it because without stopping Israel, he can't. But he doesn't have any control of Israel. He can't get out. He cannot get out of this war. And he has no control over Israel, and he has no control over Netanyahu. Because Netanyahu doesn't listen, and Netanyahu's quite literally fucking the entire world right now, because he doesn't want to exit the war. He wants to continue bombing basically all of his neighbors. And the only deal that Iran's going to agree to is for Israel to stop bombing all of its neighbors. Or stop bombing some of its neighbors, but Israel won't do that. And so, in fairness to Trump, this is actually like a really, really, really tricky situation. This is a situation that he got himself in. He should have never been in Iran in the first place. I mean, I agree that Iran needed... I agree that we needed a regime change in Iran. However, though I was pro-war at the beginning, I didn't expect it to get this bad. And now Iran has trapped us into a corner. And so it's either that we continue fighting, which we are going to continue fighting for a little bit until we can figure this out. It's either that we're going to continue fighting until Netanyahu's done, or we are going to just give up on the Middle East entirely and let the Strait of Hormuz close. So, whoops. Yeah, we're in an international conflict that we cannot get out of because a few people don't want to. Now, we could defeat Iran, but the thing is that Iran is so massive, and we are running out of stuff. I mean, we are quite literally running out of shit. So, but yeah, I mean, it is quite literally not easy. It is not easy for us to exit this war right now, and won't be for a while. because once again, we have morning, Max. Until we can get Israel to stop fighting, I don't expect that we're gonna get Iran to agree to anything. And in fairness to Iran, Israel needs to stop fighting. And Israel's on the wrong side here. And Israel needs to stop fighting all of its neighbors. So Max, we were going to fly the A350, but then I realized we didn't have an A350 at Heathrow. And so we're in the big triple. We're in the 777-300. So. You know, I sent a grumpy message saying. I sent a grumpy message about 9 o'clock last night. My 9 o'clock my time, that I'd be going a little late this morning. Just wanted to join me. Yeah, I agree with that. Out of the 4 triples, the 300 does look the best. But to be honest, the triple won't ever win any awards on looks. It wins awards on functionality, never on looks though. I prefer the 777-200 because of its versatility. Because especially at smaller airports, it will fit in some of those stands a bit better. Max, do you have a RAS system installed? I'm just curious. I have a new one I can recommend. No, you're all good. You're all good. I was actually gonna go quite early last night, but decided, you know what, I could use an hour's sleep. So, all right. If you're curious, there is a good one on Contrails for about $30 USD. And I can recommend it now. And it's compatible with a lot of aircraft. It's compatible with the A350, I think. It's compatible with the A340-600. It's compatible with the triples. It's compatible with the Phoenix. I can safely recommend the this RAS system. Now, should you have to pay? Should you have? I think it is. VRAS? Yeah, I think it is. It's not the FS2 crew stuff. That stuff is shit. I'll look real quickly. Yeah, it is. Yeah, it is. From Land 3 simulations. Yeah. I mean, it's only $30. So it's however, it is better than the FS2 crew stuff, which I cannot recommend under any circumstances. All right. Have some bread. Yeah, I'll grab a sandwich seat. No peanuts. Same little package. And I also have a steak upstairs, which I might grab as we enter into Gander. In a few minutes, I'm gonna look for houses, by the way. I have decided to move to Manchester, in case anyone is curious. Actually, I'm gonna reach out to Philip because we were talking unofficially on whatchamacallit, or on David's stream, and he might have an open position for me. So he might have an open position at his 747 soon. But I do have to talk to him. Maybe he'll tune in this morning. So. No, Clark is in Schwinden, I think. Or in that... Yeah, I think Clark's in Schwinden. But I can't speak for him. But I know that Philip's in Manny. And I'll be going to Manny. Because the cost of living is significantly lower than going to Bristol. So, alright, I'm getting hungry. Time for a few sandwiches. No, you go lay down. So far, I have not gotten any bait in terms of jobs. Which is kind of annoying, so. But yeah, it's fine. I mean, I'm applying for minimum wage positions 3 months in advance from an overseas country, so I understand that. In terms of where to fly, fly Keflavik to Baltimore. Do it in a triple. And or actually, if you fly Keflavik to Baltimore, you can do it in an Icelandair. And that is a real route, by the way. Baltimore only has a few international carriers now. Icelandair is one of them. Actually, I think Icelandair actually has multiple flights out of Baltimore somehow. Yeah, I think they fly a mixture of 737-800s and 737 Maxes to Baltimore. But yeah, they do fly 737s though. Actually, I have a photo. That you took about, I guess about a week and a half ago. That was close to making a mess. Pictures, plane spotting. No. Yes, it not from that day anyway. Let me see here. I'm not gonna reveal all my photos because some of them it will reveal some details that I don't want to reveal due to whatever. Anyway, I can certainly still find a few. Let's see here. Searching in May of last year. American. There you go, Max. A 737. I don't know if that was an NG or if it was a Max. Landing at Baltimore from Icelander. Airport. There's a registration. I think that's an NG. Just to say, the Max is as rusty as the NG. Tango Fox. India Charlie Mike. What is a Max? Yeah, that one is a Max. Let's see the history of it. Yeah, it's only 7.1 years of age. Used to fly for Royal Air Maroc. Or sorry, no, it wasn't. It didn't get. No, it was not. It was initially sold to Royal Air Maroc, but then they decided to cancel the order, so it went to Icelander. Let's see, Gatwick Ground is hopping online. As the first one's in Europe today. So be honest, what do we think about this new VAT Sim radar? To be honest, I like it, but at the same time, that seems about right considering it just flew over it and it looked quite cloudy. So I like this new VAT Sim radar update. That said, though, I still see a lot of white space. So. And it's nice, but I guess I want something even more basic than this. So that seems about right. Either way, it's good. It's good enough for me. Another thing I'm curious on. I think I'd like to get a heading on this if we can. Right, so I'm drawing this line for myself, right? I'd like to get a heading on that. So because I have a distance, can I get a heading though? Alright, let me see here. Any other news I should be aware of? I need to get a credit card for the UK. Alright, I'm gonna go through HSBC though. Right. Max, do you have any recommendations for HSBC credit cards? I know you're not a banker, but I do need to get one within the next days, or within the coming days or so. Because I do need to get into boat credit so I can get a place without it costing me an absolute fucking fortune. I never used HSBC. Oh good. Oh good. You know what we need to do here for the US? We need these like nutrition like labels we have now for phone plans. We need those on bank accounts. menu. We're going to try and attempt Heathrow to low for the third time. Damn. Ouch. Brutal. All good. Welcome back. Welcome back, Crypto Fox November 1. Alright, we are about to enter oceanic airspace in about 5 minutes or so. Begin to look at houses once we are once I'm done with my sandwich here. Might do a free to check in a few minutes. Alright, so what's up with this stuff with Nigel Farage resigning? Yeah, but he already has power. So So is it like a show force thing that I'm seeing? Because, I mean, if it's a show force, then I can understand it. But I mean, he already has power. So why would he be? Why would he resist? Because that's not the way power works. It's like, unless you're doing it to show strength in a situation that you know you'll win, then you know what I'm saying, though, right? Maybe I'm just so used to the U.S. situation where once you get power in DC, it's like you don't ever give it up. Yeah. Probably. Nigel can go fuck right off, in my opinion. I mean, he is, by definition, MAGA. Watch me replaced with the Theresa May or one of those idiots. Or Boris. Maybe Boris will enter. Will enter. We are entering into oceanic airspace now. Actually, starting in 8 miles, so we have another minute or so. Alright, I mean, I am curious. Leading a step climb in a moment to 360. I believe we will have another step climb to 3.8. No, it's not saying we won't. It's saying we won't have one. Not surprising. Yeah, this thing does cruise at a relatively low altitude, especially with what I'm compared to, or especially what I'm used to. Step climb in roughly an hour. Not too shabby at all. Alright, and I'm so hungry after those 2 sandwiches. Let's get to looking houses. Now that we are oceanic. Alright, let's see here. Throw me a max of 800 per month. And then I would like to go ahead and add a few filters here. Don't show house, share retirement home, student accommodation. Alright, so this here is an apartment in Heathrow Norris. That's actually not bad. I mean, it looks clean, so... Where is this? Just for my reference. In Stockport. Actually, that's not that far away from the airport now, is it? Let's see here. What's close by? Tesco's isn't far away from it. Good to know. Good to know, actually. Yeah, there's Tesco's right there. And that's a... Okay, well, I guess I can see why it's so cheap now, because... Is that a train station right there? Looks like it could be. Well, that's Stockport railway station. Is there not like a station like right next to it? Alright, that'd be like right up here then. So that's right there then. So I guess I can see why it would be a bit cheap. Just because it is right next to the railways. Yeah, how the fuck does this map work? This is Southport. Alright, so that one might not be a bad option. Let's see here. Don't need that. Don't need a garage. 700 per month. That's not bad either. That's not bad either. So you enter. Main room, small little kitchen, bathroom, utility room. So that's not bad. Just to say, your guys' housing prices are so much better than ours. I mean, here in the U.S., you can't get this for under 1,000 here in the U.S. anywhere. Doesn't matter where you go, you can't find a place under 1,000 per month now. Doesn't matter where you go. All right. What's this like? It's something similar. How's it 9:32? Available. I might inquire about this one. What's when this one's available? Because okay, yeah, I might. Okay, that's not a bad option either. And now, where is this one located? Okay, well that's in a good location. So that's more northern Manchester, so that's not bad. Swinton. As there is a Asda Ingenuity right there. That's actually really good. And a station right there as well. So it's here, Swinton. I might inquire about that one as well. What's the okay. Alright, Mullington Street. Okay, let's see. I think I was looking at this one I'd like to try to avoid carpet if I can. And the reason why is I don't know what's been infesting the carpet. So if I'm trying to get a place from this side of the pond, that's like I prefer hardwood. I don't need anything that's furnished, please. Please, no. I'd rather build everything myself. Thank you very much. Yeah, what's this look like? That looks like a disgusting restroom. Can't lie about that. That looks like an absolutely disgusting restroom. Actually, that looks like a prison restroom. Not that I know what that looks like. I think I'll pass on that one if I can. I'll come back to it. No. I am gonna contact a few of these guys, by the way. I'm just curious. I was at 837. It is for unfurnished if I can get it, please. I don't need a garage. Yeah, what does this look like? See, that's a nice looking restroom. I could certainly do some yard work right there. That's not bad. That's not a bad looking place. I might get them. I might contact them. Where is this? Bellevue. That's so that yeah. In terms of like grocery stores and everything, okay. There's one down the road here. Looks like it could be well. There's an Aldi right there. So there's a few options. What's this major train station right here? That looks like a major station. So there's Bellevue right. There's Bellevue right there. Why is this? That looks like a major train station. Can I open it in Google Maps, please? Let's use that as a major train station. Or is it? So there's Bellevue right. There's a Bellevue right there. Yeah, that place. I'm gonna acquire. I'm gonna be into acquire a few places, by the way. Dartmouth Road. Let's see here. What's this? Oh, great. This one. I don't need a garage. You can work on the next page now. Hyde Road. I feel like I looked at this one before. So it is part furnished. So I mean, I was like the bed. Okay, that restaurant doesn't look bad at all. A small fridge. So that's what matters. Is there a floor plan? No. That is in Gorton. That is in Gorton. Gorton. Relatively low crime levels. To the south. Yeah, there were a few crimes. Okay, that committed. That's fine. In terms of what it's close by to, there's an ASIC kind of down the road. Any transportation close by? I'm not seeing anything. Oh, Reddish North. Ryder Brow. Yo, it is down the street from an Aldi. Can I get like a measurement on this? For anyone who knows how to look for houses, please. For anyone who knows a bit about this process, please get in contact with me because I could use the help. So it'd be somewhere in there, then. So I guess that's where the Asda is. Then, oh, actually, no, the Asda maybe a bit further down. In terms of stations, oh wait, I see. Damn it. So there's a station right there. Wait, what? No, I feel. No, there should still be one right around here. I feel like. Alright, let me look at this again. Once again, if you know any information about how to do this, please let me know as soon as possible, because I'm blind. Okay, there's cemetery. Yeah, so it'll be down this road a bit, and it'll be right there. Good to know. It's right there then. Am I wrong? This station right here, am I wrong that it's right there? I'm gonna get a street view up. Seems like a very dangerous area. Where's the street view? Where's the street view? Does it look like right there? Oh. Okay. Okay, so that's not bad. So, station right there. Okay, so that's not bad then. Question is, how do you get across? Oh. Okay, here's the way out. Good to know. Alright. Good to know. So, this place here isn't that bad of an option. Especially for it being partially furnished. Actually, you know, I'm gonna make a document real quick. Because my dad and I are working on this a few times per week now. Once again, if you guys know how to do this better than I do, please. Semi-furnished. All right. Alright, that's that. So that's that property. And then this one I was considering. I'm gonna hold off on that one for a minute. This one here, I'm gonna say no on. This one here is going to, I'll go ahead and throw this one on. Actually, I haven't properly looked at this one. Alright, in terms of the location. Okay, this one's a little farther out. In terms of what we have nearby, there's a McDonald's. Not gonna lie, that doesn't appear to be that much nearby. So Adam Shaw. Does not appear to be that much close by. Any transportation options nearby? So there's a bus stop right there. Trains may be more ideal. What's the closest train line? I can see why this one's bit on the cheaper end. It's because it is a minute away. It's a hot minute away from anything. Anything in terms of let me see here. So that'll be North Adenshaw. Where's? Yeah, I'm gonna close that one now. Leave that one there for now. AUD. Orange. Low crime. Alright, let's go ahead and take a look in terms of the address then. Because this is not a bad option. Oh, wait. Okay, good to know. So it could be anywhere. So they didn't actually put a complete and total address on it. So in that case... So it could be right here. Are there any distinct features on here that I can... Heron Drive. Heron Drive. Or is it Huron Drive? I guess it would actually be up here then. So it would be up here then. Alright, so connect this. No. Alright, in terms of access, so where did it say the nearest train stations were? So there's a school. Or say the nearest stations were. I can assume at this point in time, though, it would be a bit of a hike. Yeah, maybe. So, I mean, it might not be that much of a hike, but it could still be a bit of a hike. Oh, welcome back, Crypto F. Foxtrot November 1. Looking at houses. Looking at houses because I am moving to the UK from the US in September. September 14th, to be exact. Why am I moving out of the US and into the UK? There are plenty of reasons. The biggest of which being I just need a bit of a change in the US. I need to spend some significant time outside the US. I need to spend some significant time exploring. That's not to say that I won't return to the US. Oh yeah, of course. Go ahead. Ask away. But I just need a big change from the U.S. So, in case anyone's curious on the reasoning behind my move, the biggest. During cruising, what do pilots do? Okay, good choice, or really good question. Half the time they just sit around. However, they monitor all the systems. They are in constant communication with ATC. They talk to each other. Now I will say that, from my understanding, being a transatlantic pilot is one of the most boring things out there. Or, specifically going across the ocean like we are doing right now. But pilots do stuff. They check. They do free to checks every few minutes. They are in constant communication with ATC. But yeah, good question though. Sometimes they do what I'm doing, though more illegally. I mean, they have stuff that they're not allowed to do. I don't know, to be honest. I think that they are. I think that phones are allowed, but you can't quote me on that. And there are certainly significant regulations against using phones. So they're not allowed to film. They're not allowed to film whilst in the flight deck. At least in like 95% of the world, they're not allowed to. I mean, remember, they're at work. They're not being paid to sit on their phones. They're at work. So, anyway, I hope that answers the question a bit better. I don't know if there's... Actually, good question. Let me look. I don't think there's anything the FAA specifically says against phones. But I do know that it's highly ill-advised. But I'll look for you. I'll look for you. Here, I don't think there's anything against phones, officially from the FAA. strictly bans. Oh, wait. Pilots cannot use personal wireless devices for non-flight duties while at their station. They can only use phones for official flight duties, safety communications, or emergencies. So yeah, the FAA does. The FAA does ban it essentially. Which does make sense. So, all right. So here, we have a step climb in about 6 minutes. So go up to flight level 360 in a few minutes. Then still no ATC. I wouldn't be surprised if the ocean controller pops online for a bit. I think once we get over, once we leave Oceanic, then I will go grab myself, or then I'll go upstairs and cook my steak. I do have nice steak upstairs. Alright, we're gonna go ahead and put this in now for 360. Throw in 360 now. And then we'll go ahead and step up the second that it recommends it. So right now our optimum is still 4.9, however I can guarantee that will change in a few minutes. It is worth noting, though, that our maximum is 361 right now, so that's not very high now, is it? So we'll climb and then we'll have 100 feet of space. Depends on the arrival procedure for the airport. But I can tell you this. In terms of descent, pilot's going to maintain about as close to a 3-degree glide slope as possible. What do I mean? What do I mean by that? So the ground's like this. Actually, let me go ahead and get a paint. Because it'll be easier for me to do it like this. Alright, so we'll call this little blob your aircraft, right? And there's a tail. Okay. Go ahead and call this the ground. And then we'll go ahead and say that the airfield, let's go ahead and call this the runway. And just for kicks and giggles, we can throw up a little control tower. Right here. And with, of course, it's like weird antenna things. Alright, ignore my shitty drawing. Ignore my shitty drawings. Alright, so let's say that this here's the runway. Pilots are going, so this angle here, so this angle here is they're gonna aim to be 3 degrees. So as they go down, in comparison to how they move, so really this angle here needs to be about 3 degrees. Okay. Now, what does this mean in terms of how early you begin your descent versus how late in terms of distance? So, let's say you're going... Actually, I'm going to have to pull up a calculator here for this. Top descent calculator. Morning, Grumpy. Someone's asking on when do pilots begin descent. So, let's say that you're starting at 350. You're going to go down to about 3,000 feet. I'm going to maintain that 3-degree glide slope. Let's say that your ground speed is 450 knots. Okay. That means you want to be in your descent about 120 miles before you turn final. Or about 120 miles out. Actually, that seems low to me. No, that's about right. Then it'll give you your descent rate, and yeah. Anyway, morning, Grumpy. I was gonna fly the A350, Grumpy, but then I realized we didn't have any at Heathrow, and then I figured profit over the A350. So nice. Did you see that they put out something about more issues yesterday? I didn't have any issues yesterday. Well, I did, but not the issues more related to me not knowing how to fly it. So it is a nice aircraft to fly, but it's not perfect. It's not perfect. Actually, it's far from perfect. Those visuals need to be improved. I don't like that weird acceleration shit that they had with the wing control stuff. So, you see what you mean by the G-loaded camera? Yeah, it definitely adds a lot. It adds a massive amount, and I think it actually improves your flying as well. Because you're not stationary, because you can feel each and every movement, so now there's an extra layer of thought into your movements, into your controls, so. Yeah, that's one of the bigger things I want to explain that I like. I wish, well, I guess we have FS Realistic now. But I don't know if that works with Chase Plane, and I'd rather have Chase Plane than FS Realistic. Did you see my landing from yesterday? From yesterday, the unlisted video I sent you. Where'd you see what it get into the air? Damn. Yeah. Now, it is slow, but even in this... okay, where are you off to? Where are you off to? Let's see here. You're off to... Berlin. Yeah. I would have expected this thing would be doing. I would have thought that it would have gotten me up in the air a little faster. So, I mean, because even in this thing, even in this thing fully loaded, it took me about half the runway. Actually, we had a textbook takeoff, a textbook perfect takeoff out of Heathrow in this trip. This takeoff, New Sky dings me at all for the takeoff. I knew that New Sky's lying. Let's put it that way. But I mean, even in this thing, even going transatlantic, it only took me about half the runway. I also departed 2 hours ago, so maybe that has something to do with it. Alright, we have a step climb in a moment. 2360. We are quite low because we're heavy and we're in the big triple, not the usual one. Yeah. Actually, okay, I have an opinion on Ryanair. Okay. Ryanair, they may be one of the best airlines out there, but they're also the worst. What do I mean from Ryanair? Or what do I mean by that? They operate 737s, and their budget. That said, though, they have set themselves up to be in a great position long term. They have virtually no debt right now. Period. Now, would I fly on Ryanair? Probably not. I'd probably fly on something a bit more premium. But yeah, it's alright. It's alright. They've set themselves up for a really good position going forward. So, assuming that the 737 doesn't get grounded, which I don't think it will. And if you can get past flying on rusty 737s. So. Yeah, okay. Do you not know which airline, or what company? Manufactures the 737, because you need to look at it. You need to look it up. So. Yeah, no, that takeoff yesterday was oof. That was oof. Actually, for a hot second there, I thought I would crash it. For a hot second yesterday, I thought I was gonna crash. So, okay, the 737. It's not a It's a rusty Boeing, but it's actually black. It was actually a great flight deck. It's less brown than this. Okay, looks, this thing is not very brown at all, though. Sorry, functionality-wise, this thing is not very brown at all. Looks-wise, this is. The 737 is the exact opposite. The 737 is rusty on the inside, but looks modern-ish on the outside. Alright, I still hold my position on this. This thing still rules the world. Sorry to all those Airbus lovers out there. Yeah, I had to adjust the seating position in the A346 as well. It took me a good few minutes to It took me a good few minutes to set up the A346. Alright, the inside of the aircraft. PMDG actually modeled this in a good way that doesn't really impact performance. Not that this thing has ever had performance concerns. Because this thing has never had performance concerns to me. So. Yeah, PMDG did a pretty good job at making this thing very good on the performance side. I guess you can see that they kind of went easy on this, but I'd rather them go easy on it than make the performance absolute dog shit. So. I mean, it still doesn't look bad. I mean, now they didn't model the lavatories obviously, which is probably a good move. I know that enemy builds kind of raved about doing that shit. Adding a flushing toilet. Or that actually or was that PMG? Was that PMG? Enemy builds is adding a spa for the A380, so I wouldn't put it past them. I've only flown in real life on a few airlines. BA is the big one that I fly on. But then I've also flown on Air France. Well, Hop Air, but P&G, you have a bit of a bug here. P&G, that's a bug. Anyway, in terms of the flight deck, this is what the flight deck looks like. Nothing beats this thing in terms of flight deck quality. Alright. In terms of our location, actually, we can go ahead and set climb now. Traffic, speedbird 22 Bravo, step climbing now, flight level 360 traffic. I have not taken Air Senegal. Air Senegal. To be honest, I haven't really ever been out of the US and Europe. I mean, I can... Oh, well, that's because it's budget, most likely. So, yeah, I can name the amount of countries I've been to on one hand. Been to. I live in the U.S. I've been to the UK a few times. Been to the Netherlands, France, and Deutschland. So that's 5. That's it. That's 5. 5 countries total. Never been to Canada. Never been to Mexico. Not that I want to get. Not that I ever want to go to Mexico, because I don't. Then really when I say the UK, I mean really I've been only to England, so I mean you can't even split the UK up into like states or whatever. I think they are officially different. Grumpy, correct me if I'm wrong, but officially speaking, Scotland, Wales, England, those are all different countries that formed together to create the UK, represented it on the global level as one entity. You can correct me if I'm wrong on that one. Of course, very, very broad interpretation of it. Anyway, and what 2 countries were those crypto? But yeah, but in terms of like the UK, it's because you have Wales, Scotland, England, Northern Ireland, and they form together to make the UK. So. Yeah, that's what I thought. essentially the same thing as what we have here in the US. Oh. Going through some turbulence. Bumpy air. Bumpy air time. Yeah, because here in the U.S. we have states which are essentially self-governing. Sorry, essentially self-governing local areas than one big area, or then what they can oversee or what they can overlord. I can't speak at all. This is after I got an extra hour of sleep in between work and streaming. Yeah, of course. Yeah, you can check my flight. I'm on VATSIM. So if you were to go over to VATSIM radar, you can check Speedbird 22 Bravo. Bravo Alpha Whiskey 22 Bravo. If you were to look, search for VATSIM radar on Google. In case anyone's curious, on where we are right now, we are about halfway across the ocean, and I'm looking forward to entering into Canadian airspace, because then I'm going to go upstairs and cook a steak. VATSIM radar, VATSIMradar.com. Victor Alpha Tango Sierra India Mike dash Romeo Alpha Delta Alpha Romeo.com. Or you could also look for map.vatsim.net, because that's also an appropriate link. You know what I need to finish doing? I need to finish making the MobiFlight profile for this aircraft. But it's not making this MobiFlight profile for the FCU has not been hard. It's actually gone really smoothly. There's a few small hiccups, but it's gone really well. It's gone quite well. Now I will need to label it. I will need to label everything and go through everything. It will probably take me an extra hour of work. But it's doing it, and it works. It's made the 777 so much better. Actually, it's made since I got that FCU. It's made every aircraft so much better. And having wing control support on the A340-600 was so nice yesterday. That said, those just a bit weird in terms of that weird acceleration that they do. I mean, PMDG does this weird acceleration. Not in the heading, but they still do. They do this weird acceleration, but it's also done in a proper way. Rather the airsoft toss. That one, and for that one, they applied it to everything. So they applied it to the altitude. They applied it to the heading. They applied it to the QNH. Yeah, just wasn't a fan of it. I was checking out this YouTube chat thing, so I'm seeing balloons or whatever. Oh, I need to talk to Philip. At some point today. Oh, in control offers. Damn. Brutal. Damn. that sucks. The only bits of wing control hardware. Well, actually, I have a fair amount of wing control hardware now. I have the throttles, which I can work with, which work with every aircraft. I have the McDo, the FMC for the triple, and then the FCUs or the FCU and EFIS. And in terms of EFIS, I have the EFIS for the 737. That's because it's virtually the same as the triple, except in the 737 has an extra button, or it has an extra switch. It has a switch for 5 miles of range versus 10 as well. Oh, it has the 10 as well. So, and also these are all smaller buttons, and that's right next to that. The current Baltimore ETA is going to be 11:51 Zulu. Estimating Baltimore currently with 16.4 tons of fuel. Our optimum flight level is 352. Max is 363. Recommended 360. In terms of our current fuel on board, we have 46.9 tons of fuel on board. That's roughly 23.5 for each tank. The current fuel temp is 5 degrees centigrade. Yeah, that's because they supposedly don't have a paint kit out. Supposedly. Though I'm sure that someone's already gone around and made one. I'm sure. Well, they might have released one as well. Yeah, someone's made one. But this isn't anything good, so I doubt it'll work, which kind of sucks. I wonder why that is, that they haven't really released a paint kit yet, 3 months into the aircraft being released. I think it's probably because of the same reason why they haven't updated the textures yet. Grumpy, have you noticed any difference in the textures? Because I think I might have noticed a small difference, but that's about it. A small difference in terms of like the sharpness of like the text and everything. Yeah, well, it's so. Yeah, VATSIMs are only PC, unfortunately. Now you can look at what's going on with VATSIM through an iPad or whatever, but yeah, VATSIM is only for PC. And I'd recommend, if you really begin to fly on VATSIM, get yourself something powerful. I know that from experience. Don't ask me how. Okay, I'll reveal the beans, but I had an incident at Gatwick. And essentially what had happened is we had used up all of our VRAM, and I struggled to get an aircraft on the ground. We caused a bit of a crash. And since then, I've never had frames go into the floor like that. That's because I bought something. You can, not recommended though. I guess you can, but you really need a keyboard though. And really, I would recommend get yourself a cheap side stick. And get yourself some throttles. I mean, I started out with the T-Flight Lotus X. And the Logitech yoke. So, no, not really. This is not a cheap hobby. Not by any means. For reference, on how much I've spent so far, this here is the Moza AB9. This stick alone set me back, I want to say about $900. Now, it's really good and it's top of the line, but this is not a cheap hobby at all. In order to get started out, you need at the very least a good PC, or a decent PC, and a few $100s to spare. Just for reference on what my performance is looking like. Currently, I'm using up 12 gigs of VRAM. So that's video memory. Even cheap graphics cards, most cheaper graphics cards have 12, or sorry, have 8. And I'm using 12 right now. So that's the thing to note. I'm using a very good CPU. That thing is still getting somewhat hammered. I'm using a monitor that has a fair amount, or that is pretty good, that has a lot of bells and whistles on it. That thing is getting used basically to its max. This is not a cheap hobby at all. So. No, Grumpy, that in terms of the A340, yesterday when I went to update it, it kind of like did this like weird thing where it just completely reinstalled itself through Contrail. It just completely reinstalled itself. I don't know why. I don't know why that's the way that they did it, but I guess that's the way they do updates. I don't know. But it just completely reinstalled itself. Someone remind me tonight before I stream to do a GSX update, please. I don't know what time we're going to be streaming tonight. We're off to Australia for a few bits of Australian ops, I think. I think Fry will be joining us most likely. We'll be going Sydney to Brisbane, and then most likely from Brisbane to Darwin. And I'll probably end it off there because on Thursday at 2 I do have a meeting. And it's an important one because we're deciding the fate of a few people's jobs. So yeah, probably will. It probably will be. Probably join us for like the second link, so that will be from Brisbane to Darwin. So I don't have an exact time yet. Welcome back, Max. Recommended 360. No, so we aim for probably at my normal times. That'll be 10 local. So that's 2 Zulu. So for probably push back or probably aim for off blocks at about 10:20. Probably aim for takeoff about 10:30, and then however long it is to Brisbane. I think it's about. I don't know the average flight time from Sydney to Brisbane off the top of their head. I think, if I'm not mistaken, it's about an hour and a half, I think. From Sydney. I think it's about an hour and a half. Here, I'll look it up. From yeah. Let me look. One hour 30 minutes. Yeah, that's what I thought. So in that case, probably land about midnight. Probably like you hit. So about 5 o'clock local is when I'll land. Oh wait, I might be doing that math wrong. No, that's right. So about 5 o'clock local is when I land. Is when I'll land. Probably aim for off clock's about 45. It's about 5:45 UK local, or yeah, UK BST. 4:45 Zulu, most likely. So I'll probably aim for off blocks. Depends if we have any issues, but yeah, probably around that time. Yeah, we can. Yeah, it'll probably be closer to 5 Zulu because we all know how Thursdays are. Well, it'll be Wednesday when I started, so. Yep, it would be Brisbane to Darwin, which I think is about 3 or 4 hours, if I'm not mistaken. I might take the A346 again. But I don't. Oh, actually, no, I can't take the A346 into Darwin, can I? That thing is just too big. Probably take the A350 then, most likely. Either the A350 or something else. Yeah, maybe I'll use the A359 for once. I've never used the A359. Never. I'm curious in the difference. I've always been, whenever I've tested the A350, it's always been in the 1000 variant. I thought the runway for Darwin was only 8,000 feet. I could be mistaken then. Let's see here. Oh, it's 11,000 feet. Wait, why didn't we make this a aeronaut hub? Now, it's surely it has some kind of, parking limitations. So, obviously I don't think I can get an A380 into this, but... Oh, it has. It has. Oh, well. Good to know. Good to know. So in that case, maybe I will take the A346. Yeah, like you say, maybe I will take the A346. Yeah, you should convince David to make this a aeronaut hub. Even if there's not that many terminal bits. So where do those bigger jets park? Do they park over here or do they park over here? Surely it's got to be down here. Or could it even be up here? I don't know. E2 is the Oh yeah. But I've been here before. Can't really handle a triple. At least last I checked. So over here I think you can, but it is difficult to accommodate triple over here. So I guess the A380s whenever they park somewhere else. I guess. Or that could have also been default scenery being shit. I remember GSX pushed me into the grass right here though. Okay. Good to know. What's bit 5? No, yeah, that's not available to aircraft above 60,000 kilos. Alright, good to know. Actually, I think Darwin's on this big tour I'm working on. Yeah, it is. Yeah, it is. Next up on this massive tour I'm working on is Muscat, then Mumbai, and then Kathmandu, which is, I think, Victor November Kilo Tango Airport. It was on the around the world. That one in the whatchamacallits. There's that airport in Tibet. Cause that one was fun. That was a fun airport to get in and out of. I actually think I did that in the A350. If I'm not mistaken, that is. Yeah, no, I did that one in the A350. I remember a few people, including Joanna, spent a long time working on that leg. Yeah. Yeah, this airport right here. And for those who are unaware, the complicated thing about this airport is that you have is that these mountains here are really, really high, and so you have to navigate around these mountains on the approach. And I had to do it with relatively low visibility as well. You know, it was an RNAV approach for me, but it was still relatively low visibility. And I think I got the runway in sight on this one about 500 feet, if that. I think I was well below minimums, to be honest. Well, actually, so I had the train in sight, but then as I began to approach the field, I couldn't really see the runway when I was there. Actually, I probably had the footage of that. So anyway, this here's from Mumbai. Then it'll be off to Bangkok. Sorry, is it off to Bangkok after that, or is it? Sorry, the next one is Hazrat. Then Bangkok. Then Hanoi. Hong Kong, Taipei, Jakarta, Darwin, Brisbane, Sydney, Queenstown, Auckland, Honolulu, Adak, Kodiak, Anchorage, Fairbanks, Whitehorse, Calgary, Winnipeg, Halifax, Gander, Kivlik, Vega, Bacon, Billund, Innsbruck, Sion, Gibraltar, Toulouse, Düsseldorf, and then off to Heathrow. Slowly work on this massive tour. Slowly, that is. Grumpy, if you want to make an official aeronaut tour, feel free. I'll send you the list of airports. It's a long one. It's 43,000 miles total. It is round the world once, then round it, then about halfway round it again. Essentially, yeah. Yeah. I started out at Baltimore and went west. The only airport that was in Africa, though, was Dakar, Senegal. So maybe if you want to add a few Senegal, yeah, maybe if you want to add a few Senegal legs. Or sorry, a few, not Senegal legs, a few African legs. Feel free. But yeah, if you want to make it a tour, I'll send you the list. Alright, I'll just go ahead and reveal what it looks like. And I did knock out a few legs as well. So it's this big tour, this big leg, then a scat, and off down like this with a stop in Hazrat, wherever that is. Yeah, continuing down over to Japan, or sorry, over to Taiwan, then down further. This one here's a long haul. These over here are mid-range or are medium-range flights. An easy leg, nice leg, with a nice challenging arrival. Then off to Auckland, up through Fiji, Honolulu, making our way through some Alaskan islands, including this one, which was an absolute blast last time we were there. Coming up through here, through Fairbanks, over all the way across North America, up to here, and yeah, final leg is Düsseldorf to Heathrow. It's a Baltimore to Heathrow, but the long way. So you start out in Baltimore, and you go to Charlotte, and actually I added a leg. I added a leg from Mobile, which used to be an Airbus factory. I added the leg over to Houston. Then it's off to Panama City, down to Lima, then down to Santiago. I removed the Montevideo leg, up through Sao Paulo, up through some of our favorites. So, Fernando and Ascension Island. And yeah. Madeira, Faro. So far it's been a nice tour. I think for the most part, we've been to almost all of these. The only ones we haven't been to, I think, have been Muscat. I think we've been to Hazrat. I can't quote me on that. We've never been to Taipei. I don't think we've ever been to Hanoi. I know we've been to Jakarta. Darwin, we've been to a few times. Same with Brisbane. All these we've been to a few times. The only we've ever been to Kodiak. Yeah, did I choose with Anchorage and Fairbanks, or? Yeah. I don't think we've ever been up to Fairbanks. I know we've been to Anchorage a few times. Up here, we haven't been to a few of these. We've been to Catholic a few times. You know what? I should have added on here. I should have added Nook on here. Yeah, damn it. Not gonna stress too much about it. So, anyway, it's looking to be a good tour. So, Baltimore to Heathrow the long way is, I guess, the way you can put it. So, no, I guess I didn't put Nook on here. I might actually add that, because actually I am gonna add that real quickly. Because I removed Montevideo, so I'll add it real quickly. Yeah, okay. The last time I was at Nook, I landed on the wrong one, on the wrong runway, and New Sky didn't bash me for it. Because that's also because I had shitty default scenery. So that would be it. Then the second I realized I had shitty default scenery, I swapped out for I got the freeware stuff off FSTO. This airport here, so Halifax, which is a old one for us, is on here. Never been to Gander, but Gander is on here. Up here. Yeah, no, is that no? Innsbruck's on there. Sion is on here, which, granted, if you are looking for a challenging European leg, something to Sion in Switzerland. You'll like that one. Our favorite Gibraltar's on here. Yeah. Slowly chipping away at it. Slowly, that is. I do need to pick up the pace on it. Excuse me. I took a small break from swimming for a bit. Well, kind of. I took a break away from swimming for for nearly a week, with like maybe only 1 or 2 flights. And I think it's well worth it. Yeah, it was a well worth it break. Sometimes you do need a break from swimming. Sometimes, that is. Especially when you do it almost every day. You run out of places to fly. You run out of interest. You run out of maybe you want to fly a different aircraft. I am strong, despite my hate against the 737. I am strongly considering for maybe 1 or 2 of these legs using the 737, because it is different to fly at the end of the day. Might do a few of these legs in X-Plane as well. X-Plane's an interesting one for me because the visuals are both a lot worse and a lot better. I feel like X-Plane handles fog and everything a lot more accurately compared to real life. But it doesn't look nearly as good, if you know what I mean. But then also the G-loaded camera is really nice with X-Plane as well. So, and then obviously depending on the aircraft, the flight deck can look better or worse. Right, how long until we're done with the ocean? Because I might go upstairs and I might actually cook that steak now because I'm getting a little hungry again. Before people are up, which people will be up in 2 hours. Oh, good. Good. I feel like that was one of our biggest complaints. Or I feel like that's one of our biggest complaints. Good. Pappy's and Gladstone. Yeah. I wonder if I wonder with that update then, are they adding a way for scenery developers, or are they making it easier for scenery developers to calibrate this stuff then? Because obviously, like, AnyBuilds Heathrow is accurate, but I don't know how much AnyBuilds had to do in order to get that to work and get that ILS to be accurate. That'll be nice. I also want them to work on ground handling a massive amount as well. That needs to be like SU7 or whatever. Or if they want to put it in SU6, that'd be good. That'd be fine with it. I'd be fine with that. Much better ground handling. Because especially when I go over to X-Plane, it's like everything, it doesn't, no aircraft slides around like it does in msfs. It has a lot more grip, if you know what I mean. It's a bit more difficult to muck it up, is what I'm saying. Now, part of that might be the G-loaded camera, but the other part of that is the ground physics are just so much better. my sake, it'll take 10 minutes, if that. No, wait, 10 minutes before I get up there. Heathrow's online. Damn it. Damn it. In fairness, I did depart 3 hours ago. I gotta start getting used to using this new app for Flight Radar. Okay, Grumpy, correct me if I'm wrong, but I also want them to. Well, actually, they have the heading. Never mind. They have that. I was complaining earlier. I was complaining about them not having the heading on here, but no, they have that. Kind of. It's unreliable. Thank you. Yeah, actually, I'm gonna go up there now. To grab my steak. I'll be back in like 10 minutes. I know to cook it, but cooking it should not take too long. It should take 10 minutes max. It's a relatively small steak, so. Alright, Grumpy, you are in charge. Just don't crash the aircraft, please. Alright, I am back now. Alright. I am back now. Is it your own trumpet? Let me know how your landing is. I slightly overcooked it. Actually, no, I did a pretty good job, actually. I've had better, I've had worse. I've had better, I've also had worse, so. Alright. Bloody delicious. Still bloody delicious. Alright, estimating Baltimore 11:49 to about 3.5 hours left. Oh, it's closer to 4 actually. Just closer to 4. Bloody delicious though. Not the KLM was going for 50 minutes, not 45. So not 30. Yeah, I'm curious here. Okay, is Faraj likely to win his... Okay, Faraj is likely to win... Come on, UK. You guys have a chance to do something absolutely hilarious. Take Faraj out. Come on, you guys. You have the ability to do something absolutely hilarious here. Even though it's unlikely. Excuse me. Oh, it's a little spicy. Excuse me. Oh. This is good dinner. Here's a good dinner. Let's see here. Grumpy is short and finer now. Let's see here. Don't forget to flare early. Don't forget to flare the thing at about 40 feet. They get me a mic 5. Alright, in terms of our flight plan, we do not have too far left, or not that much farther left. We do not have, I mean, we're about halfway done already. Currently estimating Baltimore. Oh, actually. Damn it. We just had some storms come through. I'll double check me turn in like 5 minutes. Oh. Now, we'll put in the arrival in like an hour. The reason I say in like an hour is because we just had such storms come through. As is what appears to be every day now. We're in that time of the year where we're having really bloody humid days. It's causing a bunch of thunderstorms at night. Finish. Oh, nice. Nice. Congrats, mate. Congrats on the 10. As long as Baltimore's not looking stupid, which it probably won't be by the time we arrive. We're on track for a 10 so far. Um. Okay, there you go. Hold on, stick now. Alright, let's take a look at what the chart is right now for BWE. Zero 060 degrees, 6 knots. Yeah, it could be 1-5, right? Or sorry, could be 1-0. Very well could be. I mean, it'll be annoying if it's 1-0. I don't know. We'll be arriving at around 9, so the conditions will be massively different. Oh, sorry, we won't be arriving around 9. Either way, we'll be arriving when it's daylight. So. Let me think here. There really is not much going on right now. Please tell me someone's gonna pick up my session request for VAT UK P1 training here soon. Please tell me. Sorry, just listening to a video on this Mitch McConnell situation. For those who don't know who Mitch McConnell is, half the damage done in the U.S., half the reason that Trump is in power, is partially due to him. Far right, well, actually, he's not really far right anymore, or it wasn't. He's a big asshole, essentially. A really big asshole. He's been hospitalized for like 3 weeks. He is really fucking old. And now yep, he's the Kentucky guy. And now people are saying that he might be dead. I think we'll find something out in the next few days if he's actually dead or not. Yeah, big asshole. Half the reason that, or half the issues in the U.S. is that we have in the U.S. are partially due to him. Not every Republican's bad, but 95% of them is 95% of them nowadays are. But we've had some good ones over the years. I just don't really have any good ones right now. General sick. Anyway, people were saying he might be brain dead, so. Well, I mean, he needs to step down no matter what, in my opinion, but he won't. But the question now is, what happens next? Do they even run a special election? Because usually, what happens here in the U.S. is usually, when a senator were to resign, or you getting up there? You coming? Usually, when a senator resigns, here in the U.S., usually the governor of the state will appoint their replacement until the next election. You coming? Or... Let's play. However, Kentucky has a weird law that says that they can't do that, and they have to either hold a special election or just wait it out. Until then. So we will find out. But to be honest, I think they probably will just wait it out. Because election day is less than 6 months away. Actually, it's like 4 months away. And so they'll probably just wait it out, to be honest. Because having to run a special election, that'll take time. That'll take like a month and a half at least. And we don't even know if this guy's alive still. Which I'm assuming he is, so. I'm assuming he's basically on his deathbed, so. Anyway, let me see here. Any emails I should be aware of? Nope. Nothing yet. You're all good, Max. See you in a bit. Bum ba rum bum boom. Morning to everyone tuning in. We are flying a transatlantic run over to Baltimore from Heathrow. May I help you? May I help you? Hey, man. You bingo boy. Thank you. You're the best. Boy, don't. Sorry, I'm looking into this guy, Count Binface, who appears to be an interesting fella, to say the least. Alright, we are almost actually out of oceanic airspace. We should be seeing, land here soonish. We'll do some more house searching in a few minutes. Sorry, I was looking into this guy named Count Binface. Which, yes, that is... yes, that is actually a real person, apparently. Goes around wearing a rubbish bin on his head. So... By the way, he's the only one who's been declared in the by-election for Nigel. So that's fucking hilarious. So, and people are saying that they should actually get behind him. So it's fucking hilarious. Morning, Joanna. Welcome aboard British Airways Flight number 229, service to Baltimore. Yeah, we're back. We're back with these. Doing one every 2 weeks. As in one. We go 1 week. We'll go to Heathrow. Another week we'll go over to Baltimore. I have missed these. So. Oh yeah, I know they make his money. So I'm just looking into this guy named Count Benface. I still haven't figured out how serious he is. But I mean, it's funny. I know. Well, is he so far? Let me get this straight. So let me get this straight. So yesterday Nigel resigned, so he could go up for another election, and now this guy's like the only guy who's been declared, who's declared himself in the race. Let me get that, or in the by-election. Let me understand. Yeah, I know he was doing it for some funky reason. That's probably why. Well, in fairness, he does spend more time here in the U.S. than not, so. I don't know what's going on. He seems like a dangerous guy. The fact that we can elect him, that anyone can elect that guy, is ridiculous. Alright, let me see here. We might begin to see... Oh, yeah, wait. I can't tell if that's clouds or if that's land. Can't tell if that's clouds or if that's land, yeah. Oh, we're approaching glacier soon. Yeah, I knew it was a stunt, but didn't know. I don't know how the system works over there. I knew it was some kind of stunt when I saw that he was gonna stand again. Bit of an asshole stunt as well. Yeah. Well, like I said, I knew it was a stunt. Yeah. Oh, maybe they'll actually elect Count Benface off to it. I mean, okay, imagine that. Seriously. Imagine that. Yeah, he won't get it, but I mean... Alright. In terms of our location, we are almost on the Oceanic, so... You're not wrong. Right. I'll wait another 10 minutes. Get the most recent meter from Baltimore, so I can throw in our arrival. Currently, we're estimating an arrival at 11:45 Zulu. Ooh, interesting. My Chrome is full of tabs right now because I've been looking at houses in Manny for half the stream. Probably gonna avoid that one, but I mean this one here doesn't seem like a bad option. This one here also doesn't seem like a bad option. So. Today I'm gonna inquire with a few. I'll start sending emails today. Maybe even making phone calls. So I'm fine with it being so. I'm fine with it being tight. I mean, it's just me. So it is quite literally just me. So. And to be honest, I already live in a relatively small home here in the U.S. And I can't imagine that I'll be able to get anything bigger than the stream that I have right now. So I'm alright, but I'm alright with it being small. It's less area to take care of. It's less area to get messy. And I'm not the tidiest person. I mean, my desk. But yeah. Anyway, I'll be certainly moving to Manny. So. Yeah. I'm actually gonna clean this up in a few minutes. It's beginning to kill me. I don't like living like this. It just kind of happens, and I get lazy, and I don't want to. And then I never want to clean it up. I gotta find arson moment and clean it up. In like 5 minutes or something. Today I have to make a trip to the dump. Get to take a bunch of shit to the dump, including an old shelf. So. All right. Ooh, that'll be nice. I'll look at. I'm curious about. I'm very much curious about those. Let me take a look. It's back up, right? All right. Hey, this is quite fast. Triple 200 yeah. 300 A350. 200s. Yeah. Nice. Oh, in the initial. Kind of wish I could zoom in a bit more. Am I missing something? Oh, that's coming. Oh, I see. Yeah, nice, nice. For Heathrow, yeah, that's an A359. The one that I failed on, and the one that I crashed. Cool. Now I'm curious, will this show you... No. Yeah, it really does. And it's good. This thing that you've developed here, it's good. I'll give you that. It's actually just like beyond good. Let's see here. Hub Heathrow. So, what's this fleet button here that it's gonna do? Or is that not programmed yet? Turn on show aircraft positions. Where is that? Oh, there we go. Oh, now this is good. So, that's good. Excuse me. Now that's good. See, there is 321 at Nook. Very, very, very impressive. Okay, I'm gonna say something here. I kind of wish New Sky would just take this that you developed, this whole map and everything. I kind of wish they would just make that a map and then build everything else. Build the few bits of information, or the few bits that they need to build on top of that. Just to say it. Kind of, it kind of needs to be in New Sky, in my opinion. Just build the 5 bits of information that you have to build on top of it. Then yeah, so that map is a lot better than everything else. I see we're at war again with the Middle East. Metrics and maloptions. The drop downs. So these. Average fuel burn. I mean, mine's gonna be horrendous. Yeah, well, this one here is horrendous. Mine's not gonna be great. Non-connection labels. So here, capacity utilization. Relative capacity 3%, 60. I feel like this one's not really that useful. But yeah, I mean, it's nice. In terms of revenue, mine is, my route makes it a lot. Okay. $885 per minute. Damn. That's a fair amount. They're not in connection deals. Oh, there we go. Oh, that's cool. That's cool. That's the utilization. 88, 86. Okay, Eddie's. This one here's like 80. Yeah, no, this is like really really good. And it's smooth as well. All right, let me about. Let's see here. Fleet distribution. So the A320 wins. The 777. So the A320. It's A320. So the passengers prefer the A320. Follow. I don't know why passengers prefer a oh. Oh, I need to see heat maps in a moment. 777s are up there. Nice. Alright, I'm curious. Alright, what do the heat maps look like? Financial profitability. This area is a massive area. Then this area here makes up a massive amount of money. Then down here it barely makes a penny. That's good to know. What about penalties? Madeira is high in penalties. Oh, actually, whatever this airport is high in penalties. Berlin's high in penalties, probably from my early days. Eddie's somewhat high in penalties. That one's probably from me. The Gatwick incident. Just to say it, the only reason why I bought my big graphics card was because of Gatwick. That incident did it for me. And so I couldn't let that happen again. And am I happy I did that? I made that decision. My airport's very small at penalties. You did take it a little far, but it's useful. It is useful. Crashes. What do you mean crash at Baltimore? Okay, this area is high in crashes. What do you mean crash at Bristol and Heathrow and Gatwick? What do you mean? Okay, that one at Gatwick might have been my crash. But David deleted that, so I don't know. Space holding. Let's see here. Departure popularity. Of course, this area is massive, so fair. But I thought that was just me. I thought it was mainly just Grumpy and I when it comes to when it came to the Baltimore route. That I don't know. I think I saw someone flying it the other day. So let's see here. Airspace holding drag. Don't know. Something weird. You never hold for Baltimore. Never. I feel like when it comes to holding, I feel like Heathrow should be bigger because everyone holds at Heathrow. Yeah, I feel like this is a little confusing because I don't mean, but how's it calculating that number though? Okay. Wait, what? I think I understand it. So, I think I understand it. I'll put it drag target arrival. Alright. Good to see that Europe is doing well. So. Let's see. What about the dead routes? What are those looking like? Because if all these routes been flown once then. And is this all for only scheduled routes, or... Right. Is this for only scheduled routes, or is this for, well, okay, well, I guess that would be dead routes. I'd be curious to see what the numbers are like when it comes to the free flight. You know? Oh, I see what you mean. I'm an idiot. Yeah, I'd be curious to see what the numbers are like when it comes to whatchamacallit, or when it comes to free flight. Most popular free flight routes. Because maybe David could, maybe if there's like a really popular free flight route, then maybe it's fair. Yeah, maybe if there's like a really popular free flight route, then the inlets. Airport tab. That answers the question. Alright, network analytics. Global charts. Nope. Nope. There we go. Insert airports tab. Unscheduled free flight. Alright. So, places from Heathrow. Obviously, that's not surprising. Then final chart on the right. Airports, and Final truck. I'm not seeing. I'm sorry. You need it. Bottom right. Wait. Am I missing? I'm being stupid, Joanna. I know. I'm looking at the bottom right. Oh, you checked my actual map. Okay. Right. So Singapore's potential next one. Baltimore is high expense. Wow. Baltimore's high. Let's see. Cape Town is monitored. Okay, that's cool. So, primary target versus high expense. So, I guess high expense is means probably not then, but then obviously primary target and then monitor. So just keep an eye on it. So, am I understanding that correctly? I could be very stupid. I mean, I have a tendency to be stupid at times. So. You're not taking advantage of the 30% of the 30% fuel. Oh. Oh. Alright. Well, that's interesting. I didn't know that New Sky gave you a discount for hubs. That's interesting how New Sky does that. I was not aware that New Sky did that. That's smart. Was not aware of that. That's cool. So what you're saying is that we could be making a lot more money if David made Biwi a hub. And then what defines a hub then? Is it number of routes that fly out of it, or is it number of flights, or is it something else? If the loss is greater than the cost of hub. Loss. It's 30 days. Okay. I can see this. It's up here. It is. Oh, well. Then Baltimore gets off the list entirely. Because I haven't flown around Baltimore for a few days. Or for about a month. So, but then Biwi goes off the list entirely. But I think that's Hong Kong. Then is another good target. Cape Town. Okay, that's interesting. That is interesting. And then over the course of 9 days, I'm curious. Yeah. Then over the course of 90 days, Biwi is monitor field. I have a weird feeling that Biwi's going to go back up there now that we've resumed bi-weekly Baltimore Heathrow routes. So. Here's a potential thought. When it comes to the slider, Could we make this slider, because I feel like this would be a little difficult to get exact. So maybe add something to the slider. Maybe make it whether it's scroll wheel based, or even make like a text box thing. Make like a text box thing. I think that'd be a slight quality of life improvement. Maybe make it scroll wheel based. Yeah, enter value. So it's I can say, so I can just type in like 90 days, or even get it exact without having to move the mouse around too much. Because if I wanted like 60 days, I mean, I have to be like really exact with it. So. Alright, I'm curious. Airframe utilization density. Financial yield ranking. 777 number 1, followed by another 777, followed by more 777s. I'm just gonna completely ignore the rest of this. Followed by another 777. I'm joking. 777 number 1 though. I actually think this is the one I'm in right now, or one of them. Airframe utilization. So, I think you've already probably put this in. Yeah, aircraft popularity. Why is the 777 LR? Okay, that's interesting data. How? Oh, that's I know why that is. I know why that is. It's because the freighter is the LR. That makes sense why LR is higher than ER. It's because the LR is the freighter. Alright, let's see here. Airframe. Active fleet composition. Okay, this is interesting. So, this is interesting. So, most of the 737s are active, rather. Wait, what? Or am I understanding the active fleet composition correctly? So, what do these numbers correspond to? Okay. So that one's not accurate. Okay. Yeah, I was about to say, that doesn't seem right. I feel like the 737 would have been more dead than it usually is. So I'm curious then. So I've been considering the 777-200 LR for a while. Number of aircraft in our fleet. On which tab? I think we are slightly delayed. I think I'm slightly delayed. So. In the here, there we go. Scroll down. net yield. So so the A350 makes the most money. Then followed by the A320. Triple, triple, triple. I love how the triples are 3, 4, and 5. Rusty 737, A320. Damn it, the A321, that surprises me. I feel like that would have been higher than some of these other triples. So, cool. Total flight rotations completed. Active airframe fleet size. 147 aircrafts. Damn. We're becoming bigger than fucking United. Actually, sorry, fucking BA. Unique schedule. I'm curious. Pilot error penalties. Grand total of 38 million. So far the VA has only made 284 million. Am I understanding that correctly? And then we are approaching $1 billion here soon, though. Alright, let's see. I am curious. Flight type, okay. Cargo type. Yeah, that's what I thought when it came to that. Yeah. Charges, penalties. Alright, I'm gonna get back to that tab. How much for fuel, though? So how much has the VA spent on fuel? Oh. So you can't, like, separate fuel? So you can't separate fuel from all the expenses, then? Surely there's gotta be it. Because fuel is like the... combining ground handling costs, and landing fees, all that stuff, that makes sense, but having fuel as its own separate category, I feel like would make a difference. By the way, we are overland again, in terms of our fleet. In terms of our active fleet. We are overland. Now I've been for a minute. Well, no, but it's all wrapped in. That sucks. That sucks. It's one figure. I mean, I get that. I get the fact that it's an expense. I get the fact that it's an operational expense, but At the same time, though, I feel as if that should be a separate variable. Or at least something we can get out. Right. Because, I mean, I tend to load up my aircrafts with loads of extra fuel. I mean, today it's not so bad. Today I'm arriving into Baltimore with 15.8 tons of fuel. So far estimated. But maybe if I were to start taking a ton less, what would the app? I'd just be curious. So, but yeah, I understand if the new Sky doesn't provide it. That sucks. I might consult your help when it comes to our stuff. So. Oh, but so, again, so I'm curious about something. I'm curious. So if I were to open up New Sky, let's take this, for example. So you're not able to take out this number specifically, then? I would assume that maybe you just don't get it in the. Damn, that sucks. So, damn, that sucks. Oh, Joanna, did you see my scary ass takeoff yesterday out of whatever? Did you see the scary ass takeoff yesterday out of Faro and the A346? If not, I'll share it to you. I will show you. It's in my Discord if you need it. But I have it right here somewhere. You're all good. You're all good. Let's see here. Here you go. So that was an A346 yesterday flying from Cairo in a video that you guys will see probably sometime in October. It's the A346. Okay, now this is going to be scary. But I made up for it on the landing, which I'll show you the landing in a few minutes as well. I thought I would crash it, to be honest. I thought it was going to become a crash. Foreign traffic, just take 46 from you, heavy, taking off now, runway. 10. Upon taking off, we will turn direct to Medina. Bunch climb at 370 foreign traffic. Press so good. Engines. Let's go. Here's me live. Remember our performance is 163. There we go. That was a mere inches away from turning into an absolute fatal disaster. That was fucking scary. Now that was fucking scary. It was a bit late. Well, the mistake I made was I waited until I waited until V2 to rotate, not VR. So, hey, at least I made it up on the landing. So here's the landing. At least I made it up on the landing. Nice, big, beautiful flare. Which I don't know how New Sky gave me the figure that it did. Continue. Can I get this out the way? There we go. Is it not showing you? Hang on. Is it not showing you? Did OBS not? That's the first time I've ever had that issue with OBS. Yeah, that's the first time I've ever had that issue with OBS. And it froze up again. I just saw that.
Nice.
What is wrong with you, OBS? 1.27. Because it's okay. Well, the whole video is on in my Discord, so in case you want to see it without it freezing up. Could be. I don't know. Could be. New Sky thought it was alright. It was maybe a tad long. I thought New Sky was gonna penalize me for a float there. Anyway, New Sky gave me 120, 1.27 Gs, 160 feet per minute, which I don't think is that good. So, other way, if you wanna see the whole thing, the whole clip, it's on my Discord. So, all right. Let's go ahead and take a look at the METAR for Beely. And you're going to get late outside. 2 hours. Yeah, no, I remember one thing. My Palma incident, which I did not film. But David burst into life. That one day. Alright, let me think. METAR. The best place to get your METAR from, aviationweather.gov. The wind 090 degrees, 4 knots, 7 statute miles, visibility, rain, scattered 17, broken to 3, overcast 060, altimeter 3003, temperature 21.20. Okay. So it's still Cat 1. Most likely... Yeah, most likely 1-0 day. Yeah, that'll be most likely a 1-0 day. Yeah, I was hoping for a 2-3 left day. And of course, then the Oceanic controller hops online the second I leave Oceanic. Boo! I know it is. It's annoying. Especially considering I've not gotten any ATC so far. So. Alright, yeah, we're not gonna step climb to 3.8. Right now our optimum's 3.67. We're at 3.6 now. So. Yeah, that's a fair point. That is a fair point. Yeah, well, they can fix it with more controllers, but I know what you mean. They can't really fix it, so. But I mean, it'll take them a while to get more controllers. But you know, at least they're all real people, and at least it's all volunteer work, so I'm okay with it. I'd rather take no ATC and less controllers and better, more trained controllers than an AI slop. So, just my opinion. Just my personal opinion. I'd rather take real people. Speaking of real people, I need to send Philip a message. Actually, I'll send that to him right now. No, Spinny's alive. Spinny's doing easy jet operations. So. Oh, no need to tell me. I mean, I know that they train us. Going through the P1, they train us good on the P1. I gotta send Philip a message real quickly. If you were paying attention to certain. Yeah, I've never used FAO. Sorry, I was sorry. I need to. I don't know if you caught any of what Philip and I were talking about in David's stream yesterday, but I need to talk to him about that because I'd love to drop it just at a 747 sim. I'd absolutely love a drop at a 747 sim. Looking for houses. Like I said, I need to inquire with a few today. Oh yeah, you were at features. So essentially, I jokingly asked Philip if there were. Oh, I didn't really jokingly ask. Did ask Philip through whatever if there were any open positions at the 747 sim, and he said yes. Then he asked when I'm moving, and gave him the dates. So I'll be departing Baltimore on the 14th, arrive in Heathrow on the morning of the 15th of September, depart for Manny on the 16th. So yeah, the one thing I'm concerned though, and this might just be me, if you begin to do something, if you were to sim professionally full time, or if I were to begin to do that, would this channel die then? So I kind of don't want this channel to die, but obviously I'm not gonna. But obviously, I mean, I'd rather take a job at doing something I do love than maintain the channel. So yeah, but what I do then is probably get to the point where I probably wouldn't want to sit at another sim. You get one sim to another sim. It's probably get boring after a while. You know, I've spent the past few weeks taking some time off away from the channel. I mean, I guess it was last week or the week before. I was in bed around 9 o'clock like every damn day. The second I got home, I was going to bed, and it was nice for a bit, but you get off my arse. So Yeah, that's a fair point. But yeah, we're getting myself into a good position would be nice. So. Oh, welcome aboard. I'm not even gonna try to pronounce that. I'm sorry, I can't even try. So. Wait, actually, he said flight instructor, so. He did say there were open flight instructor positions, so. That I probably wouldn't be eligible for, but either way, I'll talk to him. See what else he has to offer. I mean, I'll happily work as a bloody janitor. I don't care. I mean, I have a stronger stomach than most. I don't have the strongest stomach in the world, but I'll happily clean up. I'll happily clean up shit for a living. So. I'll happily go work in the septic industry, which you guys don't have over there, from my understanding. But well, maybe you guys do. I don't know. I will happily work in a shitty industry for a bit. All right. Yeah. Yeah. There really aren't that many things. I mean, as long as. I mean, I understand that I don't have the best job skill set out there. I mean, I have a valid Excel certification right now. No, I have valid Excel, Word, and PowerPoint certification, and that's about it. I also have a high school diploma, which is, I don't know what that translates to over there. Then I have 30 credits on a cybersecurity degree that I never finished. Though I might, once I get over there, I might actually go after my Network Plus again. So that would be nice to have. And networking I do enjoy, so. Yeah, I might go and I kind of do want to go after that Network Plus again. I've gone after the CompTIA Network Plus before, and I failed it twice, but I didn't fail it by a massive amount. But the issue, the reason why I stopped going after it was because they changed the test, and I just couldn't be arsed to restudy and do all that. So. To be honest, I work in fast food, so some of those skills are probably transferable, but probably not a lot. I've only ever worked in one environment, so I'm getting scared now because I don't know what my next environment's going to look like. And just to say it, my current employer is probably one of the best employers out there for people my age. So fair. Managing an organization. To be honest, that's the shit I suck at. Suck at organization. Still better than one of my other colleagues, who I'll happily fire him in an instant. So. Yeah, fair. So. You know what? Actually, I'm curious about something. This could very well be the end of me right here. How much would it be? How much? out $1,000. Ouch. And I have to work my ass off for it. But it might not be a bad idea. Oh wait, what's plus exam? I don't know. I might capture it again. Certainly be good of me too. The question is, do I have any time right now? Which if I were to get off my arse and actually just bite the bullet, I probably do have time. But I would want to have it done before I leave. So that would mean 60 days to get it done. Well, to be honest, I'm one of them because I don't have a full degree. I have half an associate. I have half an associate's degree in cybersecurity. But I ran away from cybersecurity for a reason. But that said, the network side of things, I'm okay with. I just don't want to do any significant programming because I could never do programming. Programming always sucked for me. And it wasn't a matter that I was bad at it. It's just a matter I didn't enjoy it. But networking, I mean, that's where the fun stuff is. At least for me, anyway. So yeah, I might go for this again. No, I'll give it a thought as it overnight. But I'd probably have to make a decision soonish. Probably have to make a decision sooner rather than later on whether or not I'm gonna go after it. So. Yeah, I've done programming in the past. I mean, it's been very light programming, but overall, programming is not where I excel at. I'd much rather sit behind a router or something and do that stuff. Actually, do I have a photo of my current setup? Actually, maybe I do. I probably do, actually. Put this together a few years back, and it's been pretty much rock solid since. And it's been necessary as well. Kind of it. When I get rid of the server rack. Yeah, programming's for some people, just not for me. Some people, I also know someone who, I knew someone at one point in time who was programming his own OS. It's like he wasn't even doing like a Linux version, like he was doing like his own actual OS from the ground up. It's like I can't do that. Trying to look for a photo of the current setup in terms of network. Yeah, I don't know how you guys can do it. I mean, it's incredible that you guys can, but still. No clue how you guys do it. Right, I thought I did this somewhat recently as well. Well, that's all of Europe. If not, I'll go take a photo of the setup and it'll automatically upload. Let's see. December. Oh no. Yeah, hardware. Here it is. Hardware, I understand just fine. Hardware was never really that much of an issue for me. Well, up until recently when I kind of took a step back. So, all right. Anyway, so this here's my current wireless setup or current setup. So I have a TP-Link router right there, and I have a TP-Link managed switch right there. Then I have wireless antennas a few places around the house. I have two down here, and I have another. And then I have another one upstairs, and then I have an extender for one of these somewhere else. So, because I still live with my mom. So there's a reason I did this. So, first things first. We have the router, which has VLANs set up on it. Then I have that going over to the switch via trunking. And then, and of course, so I have multiple ports assigned to different VLANs. Some of them only have one. The rest of them are all closed off. So my PC is wired in directly to the network. And then I also have my own little VLAN. And then I have what's known as what I call ServerNet, which is more for all the IoT devices which are wildly insecure. And then for that one I have an extender upstairs for. And then I have a cable that goes all the way upstairs for the rest of the idiots who live here, aka my mom, who's not an idiot, and then also my sister. So it looks messy. There are boxes that will do only one of these. I think they can get, or sorry, there are boxes that will do all this at once. However, I want the advanced route. So. Yeah, that's understandable. That is understandable. But when I move, I'll be downgrading to a single router. So. But anyway, it's like this kind of stuff though I enjoyed. This kind of stuff here was the easy bits here. It was the second that you began to go into attacking, and the second you began to go into into like all the different attacks and all that stuff, that's when you kind of begin to realize maybe this industry isn't for you. Especially when you find out that you're vulnerable to massive amounts. I'm not the best people person. Just to say it. I mean, I work at a fast food restaurant that prides herself on being people, or a people person, but I'm not a people person. To be honest, I'm kind of surprised that I've made it this far with my current employer, because I mean, you guys have seen me. I have speech issues. I'm quite isolated, so. But anyway, sorry, I spiraled completely out of control there. But anyway, the second you get into hacking and all the different attacks and everything, that's when you begin to lose me. So anyway, Grumpy, how's the landing for the A346? Did you do better or worse than me yesterday? I'm just gonna. Stuff back that you worked back in the 90s. Oh, what's that Jack called? It's RJ something. Or maybe not. It's the phone. It's the phone line stuff. That's cool. That's cool. Yeah. Yeah, this house is actually wired with phone line or whatever. And I was looking into potentially using the existing phone line wiring in the house, but I decided not to when I was running cables. So yeah, yeah, no, it's all cool stuff, and I'd love to begin doing it again. Yeah, Grumpy, that A346 is heavy, and it is difficult. It is difficult to land. The best advice is to flare at like 40 feet, no matter what. Otherwise, you're gonna slam it. It is going to be an absolute slammer if you don't flare at like 40 feet. So. I have no clue how this guy gave me a 10 for that one yesterday. I mean, just that takeoff alone should have been a crash. So. Alright. We'll be driving in about 2 hours. I might throw in the route for my 1-0. I'll wait for the most recent. I'll give them each another 10 minutes. Certainly looking like a 1-5 right departure, running 1-0 arrival day. Which is annoying because I'd like to get in faster, but whatever. Good. Did you figure out how to not put in the route by hand? Oh, I had to do that yesterday in the A346 because I could not figure out how to transfer the flight plan over. That's a skill issue, though. Not good. Now, did you restart the sim in between putting in your serial number or whatever, your activation key or whatever? Did you restart the sim after that? Because I did not. So. Even though I should have. We'll probably use it again tonight, and maybe you can help me out. So. Because I even tried to go through like ATC com and get the route that way, the way I think you're supposed to, but no matter what I did, I could not figure out how to transfer it over. And with that shitty ass EFB, and then that's a total EFB. Completely uninstall. Reinstall one. Well, it did something similar for me. I was installing it through Contrails, and I got the notification that it was uninstalled, then it was installed again. So from my understanding, it just completely reinstalled itself when I updated it. Now, I never went through the debacle that was 1.03. But I did go through 1.02, so. But I found that interesting. So. That's interesting how your throttle settings were remembered. Mine weren't. Now, actually, I know why mine weren't. I know why mine weren't. I haven't used Aircraft since I did a Windows reinstall. It's been 2 months. That's why my throttle settings weren't remembered. Did you have to paste in your activation key again? Because that would be interesting if you didn't. Maybe it stores your throttle settings somewhere else. Interesting. That's interesting. Yeah, I do like that A340-600, but the texturing is meh. Yeah, that texturing could be a lot better. But I mean, it hand flies nice. That J-loaded camera, I do like that, especially on takeoff. On landing, it can be a little annoying, but on takeoff, that J-loaded camera is nice to have. TCAS, okay. Yeah, the FCU worked fine for me. Well, did you notice any like that weird acceleration with the FCU then? Because I noticed that and it's like that's kind of getting annoying. The McDo worked fine. You can tune it down. You can tune it down if you need to. Okay, good. I'm happy that I'm not the only one who noticed that. It was particularly annoying on stuff like altitude and speed. I wanted to reduce the speed 190 knots. No, I don't want to reduce to 150 knots when I'm at flight level 200. I just want to reduce to 290 knots from 320 knots. So. Someone will probably make a maybe flight profile to fix that. Or maybe wing controller, whoever will fix that. I mean, even in the triple, it's better. Now I've made my own flight profile for the triple, which I actually I have a slight thing I need to fix. Yeah, I probably should have named all these. I might actually restart the whole thing here, but Joanna, the one bit of programming I've done, this and this year's for my radio panel I built, which I'm sorry, I'm not gonna swap out the radio panel I built because the radio panel I built is good and works, and it works really damn well. The only aircraft I've had an issue with it in has been the A380, which I fixed that. And it's because the A380 is something else. So go VHF. Or actually, no, I think it's this here. Yeah, because you have to go through the SDK for the A320. Let's verify that didn't do anything. Did not. Damn, it is my latest morning in a very long time. I'm just hoping I don't get any phone calls again on Saturday. Oh, Saturday was annoying. Saturday was bloody annoying. I told you all what happened on Saturday, and I'm gonna start saying no to it. I got called in at frickin' 11 a.m. Actually, before that, I got a phone call at frickin' 10:45 a.m. on Saturday after I had only gotten like 3 hours of sleep, saying, the main shift lead in charge had a car issue. Can you come in within like an hour? It's like, yeah, I guess. It happened to be a slow day. It's like, it's annoying. It's very, very annoying, especially because I was planning on doing a Baltimore Heathrow, which we still did that Saturday night. Only after I had slept for a bit. Saturday was very, very annoying. I mean, at least it was slow though, so it was a good time. My job has turned into more of the stuff that I prefer doing, which is training people. Yeah, I've been doing a lot more training, specifically in the management area. So we haven't really begun to look for my replacement yet in terms of where I'm at, but we have begun to promote people, and I've been responsible for a massive amount of the training on that front. I think we have 4 people in the pipeline for training, or for management training. So, yeah, there's at least 2. One of which I finished up the training yesterday. That's right, the other day. And then we have another person. And then we have another person in it who I'll probably finish going through their stuff maybe Thursday. So yeah. I mean, it's easy training, but it's training that I have a lot of experience in. And then, it's like training on what happens if you get robbed or something. I don't know if I've really said this on the channel, but I've been at work and we've had shootings in the past. I mean, I think last year on stream that I had mentioned it. Oh, no, not last year. Oh, kind of last year. So we've had 2 shootings since I've been there, but they were both early on. So, and we haven't had any since. One of them I actually knew the guy who shot and killed two people. Knew the guy back in school. He and I were actually fairly close friends as well. Either way, now he's serving life in prison for double homicide. Now that one we didn't shut down before. However, 11 months in, there's a big shooting. Only one person died from it. It appeared to be very targeted, but I mean, there were people who were. It was like, get down. It's like I had no clue what the hell was going on. And the crazy thing is that my operator at the time, which he was fired after this. Hey Clark. My operator at the time wanted us to stay after that shooting. He's like, hell no, we're shutting for the day. It's like, we're not opening at all. It's like, we're not going to open at all after we have a shooting that causes absolute carnage. It's like, especially when the police are still going through the bloody building. It's like, that guy got fired for that, which is good. So, putting profits over people. It's like, but the police had told us to shut down. It's like, we can't disobey that. I'm sorry. Then we had another shooting that happened outside of our location, and I knew the shooter on that one. And now he's serving, I think, 3 consecutive life sentences. So, anyway, hey Clark. Yeah, roughly an hour and a half to touchdown. Hour and 45 minutes. Throwing the arrival in a moment. Flying the 777 300ER from Heathrow to Baltimore. In this lovely triple. Wait, what? The textures are just completely unload. Oh no. There we go. I was about to say that didn't look right now, did it? Alright, I'll throw some screenshots up later. Alright, what is the actual METAR now? Now that we're getting to get some daylight? Oh, it's definitely it. Oh, actually, oh, look. Wind 310 degrees, 3 knots, then static mass visibility, overcast, 1500, temperature 2.21, altimeter 3004. That was as of 26 minutes ago. What are they using in real life then? Yeah, what I thought, 1-5, right? Running 1-0 for arrival. We'll see if that changes. I'm really hoping for a 3-2 left today, but it's probably not gonna happen. Which means we'll have to go around instead of over the bay and everything. Guess you're curious, the massive bridge that fell down a few years back was right here. Actually, fun fact about that day that the bridge fell down. The day that bridge fell down was the same day that I got my driving license. We're gonna go up to Bel Air for it. Then we decided, you know what, we're gonna go. Let's go Frederick instead. Because the traffic would have been horrendous, which it was horrendous, even to Frederick, because it's like everywhere wants to go to bird site. It's like, we'll wait another 40-ish minutes. We'll get the updated METAR in about 40 minutes. In terms of our current location, we'll be entering into U.S. airspace here soon. Actually, like really soon. We're essentially on the border right now, actually. Here's where we are. Here, this here enters U.S. airspace right here. So we are really close. Any ATC online? Nah, nothing. Nothing so far. Fuck, if you were to become, I think, C1, then you can transfer, then you can control anywhere, I think. I actually don't know if that's the way that works. Actually, I doubt that's the way that works. There's something interesting going on with Gebair. With Nom's airline. Something interesting is going on. If I were to refer people who were to do at least 5 flights, then I need to refer 3 people who will do at least 5 flights. And then I will enter, and then I may get a Synaptic A220 for free. Now that seems like a pretty good deal. Well, it's a lottery system, so that seems like a pretty good deal. Um, they're at tops. We'll be entering into U.S. airspace, so in about 65 miles or so. Anything special going on in the world today, aside from us Americans apparently being back at war with Iran again? Count. Okay, I still can't get over this Count bin face standing against Farage. I mean, that's funny. That's funny as fuck. Just to say it. That is funny as shit. All right. Well, okay. When you guys, I've watched some of your Parliament videos. They're a bit more exciting than ours. So. Darn, election stupidity is a tradition here in the U.S. So, and the crazy thing is that here in the U.S., we don't even. It's not even based on popular vote here in the U.S., which is stupid. I mean, it is kind of, but not really. I mean, Trump was the first one in the previous election cycle. You're not wrong. You're not. You're not wrong. Well, actually, we do have choke candidates, but not often. And we do have a choke candidates, but not. They're far and few and rare. All right. But anyways, like here in the U.S., it's not even based on popular vote for presidency, which is our biggest office. And you're not wrong, Clark. You're not wrong. And to be honest, I'd happily vote for bin face over what's his face any day of the week. So. Okay, so does it actually cost significant money over there to stand in an election? Okay, £500. Here in the U.S., I don't think it costs anything to stand in an election, or to run for an election, as we say it. So. But I guess for the publicity, it's probably worth it. So. I still can't get over that there's this idiot whose name is account bin. I still can't get over it. It's, I mean, it's stupidly funny. It shouldn't be. It shouldn't be stupidly funny, but it is. So. All right. Screenshot time as we are entering into U.S. airspace. Actually, we still got about 2 minutes. So. More than 5% of the total number of valid votes cast. Okay. Well, I guess that's actually a really good measure then, because yeah, I guess that's actually a really good measure, because or a really good way to wash out shitty candidates. Shitty candidates who don't really stand any chance and who won't put in anything. You know? That's actually a very smart way to solve an issue. Alright, well the border is somewhere down there. The border's somewhere down there. This border is actually very, very unprotected, despite what the MAGAs like to claim. Despite what the MAGAs like to claim, the U.S.-Canada border is very, very unprotected. Unsurprisingly. This here's the border, actually. I think it is, anyway. And we're officially into U.S. airspace. Estimating 15.7 tons of fuel. I'll wait another half an hour, then I'll go ahead and begin to actually focus up on top descent, because, yeah. Not looking too bad. We're direct to Nantucket now. I doubt we'll get a good view of Boston. You might still get a good view of Canada, though. And of New York. We usually begin our descent about New York. Or, yeah, a little after New York, actually. I'm hoping for some ATC. I doubt it, though. Nothing so far. Nothing so far. Damn, Ryanair. Ryanair is showing no mercy against the U.S. This idiot Greg on Twitter said, "I can't think of a single thing Belgium is known for besides their waffles." And Ryanair said, "Beating America." Damn. that was brutal. That was brutal. Yeah, I didn't watch the World Cup yet, but I saw that the U.S. got kicked out 1-4 or something like that. Something crazy. And I saw that we're trying to like overturn the result of that. It's like, sorry, too late. Then I saw that England won against Mexico 2-3. So I'm not usually a big sports guy, but I might watch the next next England game, to be honest. I might, keyword being, I might watch it. I was gonna watch the other game, but then I decided to go to bed early. So. Yeah, well, I might watch another. I might watch a match. I don't know. If I watch it, I want them to win. This is late for me nowadays. And I'll get in. We'll probably arrive around 12 Zulu, which means we'll probably end the stream about 12:15 Zulu. Which means I'll probably get bed around 12:30 Zulu. That's quite late for me, especially nowadays. Today's my day off, so I don't mind. And I did sleep for an hour before I launched this trip up in the air. Did get about an hour's worth of sleep. I think this weekend I'm gonna film a few videos. I think one of them might be my Joy 2 key video, and how I'm able to have multiple different VATSIM push start buttons. Even though it did break slightly this week, but I don't know if that was a whatever issue or whatever. Or I don't know if that's a Joy 2 key issue or whatever. Or actually, I know why that was, because I got my SEU all hooked up. So. Alright, I'm gonna call it now for runway 10, I think. Let me just take a quick look. And if I need to switch it, I'll switch it out, but I'm gonna call it now for runway 10. Alright, yep, runway 10 for arrivals. Trish 4 will take Alice approach for runway 10. Take it, yeah, we'll just do that. Though I probably won't go via Remy. Nice. Nice. Alright, gonna throw this in real quickly. Alice approach runway 10 from Remy. Be on the Trish 4 arrival from, okay. That gives us a top descent All I guess is an updated ETA of 12:03 is using. And then top descent probably not for another hour out. It's been so long since I last looked at this rival. So it'd be 12,000 level Troy's, then down to 9,000 at or above 9,000 level Free, at or below 9,000 level Trish. Then because we're going runway 10, we're going to continue this way. So it'll be 5,000 level high up, then at or above 5,000 level stock, at or below 7,000 level stock, then it'll be between 5,000 and 4,000 star, then it'll be 4,000 all the way there. Alright, not bad. Alright, I'm gonna run to the restroom real quickly. Stretch my legs for a few minutes. Clark, you're in charge for the next 4 minutes. Make sure Joanna doesn't crash at triple. Back. Oh, Clark, come on, I thought you were on my side. I thought you were on my side with the trouble. Greatest aircraft to have ever existed. It rules the world. By the way, if I were to ever start selling merch, that'll be the first thing I sell. The 777 rules the world. Well, to be honest, neither do I. Well, I do have a preference, but I don't need more short haul. Top descent is at time 11:23 Zulu, which means we'll begin at 11:22 Zulu because VNAV and this thing sucks. So about 40 minutes. 35 minutes for top descent. Where are we passing now? Have we passed Boston? No, not yet. Not yet. We might get a good view of Boston. Let me see here. No, two new emails. Both of them I can ignore. What? Damn, Piers Morgan endorsing Count Binface. Damn. Damn. Piers Morgan endorsing Count Binface. That's not a combo I saw coming. Wow. I still can't get over the whole situation. I still can't get over the whole situation. You've been there more often. Yeah, I'm sorry, I just still can't get over the whole situation. It's absurd. And it's freaking hilarious. So when is this special election gonna be for? Yeah, okay, when is this, okay, so here in the US we call them special elections. Oh, there, I understand it's by-elections. Yeah, I know. Over there you call them by-elections, we call them special elections. They're the same. Alright, let's see here. Yeah, that's what I figured. It's ridiculous. Well, vote him out, keep him out, so. It does. It doesn't it? Right. When is this by-election going to be scheduled for? When will we find out? I am curious. I'm curious. I'm curious on the date. No, yeah, that seems about right. That's not an issue here, Clark. Clark, that's not an issue here. That's not an issue here. I mean, the idiots in Congress here get paid far more than most families, and that's without all the lobbying and whatnot. Yeah. Yeah, here it's like I think the Constitution says to, or I forget what the Constitution says now. Actually, it used to be written in the Constitution, but I think they've raised it a few times since. Yeah, our Parliament, Congress, gets paid very, very wealthy, or gets paid very, very well. Here, elections, okay, Congress, yeah, I think it used to. I don't know if it was ever in our Constitution, but it's pretty high up there. Lobbying should be banned. It should be banned globally. It especially needs to get banned here in the U.S. because that's part of the issue why we are still in the situation we're in. Yeah, it's not in the. Yeah, it's not in our Constitution. I could have sworn it was. But I'm happy it's not, though. Next step, start paying these idiots in Congress $0. That's what I gotta do. Do you guys know who Mitch McConnell is? He's an idiot from the state of Kentucky. In case you don't know who he is. He's this really old guy who is from the state of Kentucky, who is probably responsible almost single-handedly for, gosh, I want to say about 60% of the damage done to the U.S. He's been in hospital for 3 weeks, and now people are saying he's brain dead. Yet he still technically holds his seat. So, and he won't be removed unless he dies. Unless he's actually declared dead, he won't be removed. So, Right, enough political stuff. There's a plane crash yesterday in another 737. I heard about that. Fortunately, it was an older 737. I'm not worried about it. Okay, let's see here, can I get a good view of Boston? I should forget where the Boston airport is. I think it's down there somewhere. Oh, welcome aboard, Trevor. Welcome aboard. Are you causing trouble? Because I can read chat. I am from the USA, unfortunately. So. Australia. Nice. I have no clue what tism means. I'm very, very, very uncultured. Gonna look for the Boston airport. There it is. There's the Boston airport. I actually own some scenery for, oh, thanks, man. That makes sense. There's the Boston airport. Probably one of the worst airports ever. Seriously, I'm going to show everyone what the Boston airport looks like in terms of taxiways and runways. It is an absolute fucking disaster. And that's to put it lightly. There you go. There's the Boston airport. I have gotten lost here so many fucking times. It is ridiculous. In terms of worst airports out there, I'm throwing Boston up there. Just to say it. I mean, it is an absolute disaster. Okay. It's an absolute disaster. Okay, compare that to I'm gonna give everyone the one we're headed to, which is my local airport for right now at least. Manning will become my local airport in a few months. Compare that to Baltimore. It looks a lot simpler, doesn't it? Especially when it comes to the taxiways. It's because it is. Baltimore actually makes sense. Not whatever the fuck Boston is, though. Not whatever the fuck this is. Because this is just an absolute mess. Yeah, I noticed that. I noticed that. To be honest, I'm not really concerned about subs that much. I'd rather have good quality content than subs. 37. Oh yeah, you all started out at 0, so. And then probably subscribe to ourselves. Alright, descent in 194 miles, which means it's descent in 170 miles, which means we're descending in about 20, call it 20 minutes. 20 minutes to top descent. We'll do another descent briefing here soon. Looking like another mucky day here. We have been in this stage where we have had nothing but humid and hot and bloody awful weather. It's like every single night for the past week or so. It's been storming like crazy. It's been overcast like crazy. It's getting annoying. So I'll let someone else answer that question, because I think everyone else in chat knows what mine is. Hint, it's not actually the one we're flying. Well, it is kind of. Same series. If no one else here who knows me wants to answer that question for me, I'll say it. It's the same series of this aircraft. You're on the right track. So yours is the 777-300. Nice. That's a good choice. Mine is the 777-200ER. Now, we're flying a 777-300 today. But I do prefer the... I do prefer the 777-200 just because it's a bit more versatile and it's nicer, in my opinion. That said, all triples are amazing. All triples are amazing, and I'm very interested to see what this 787 Dreamliner from Hector is like, because I could use a good one of those. Actually, is there any update on that one? I'll look real quickly. From a Vector. Alright, let me see. No, we'll look on their website. Must be half a minute. I'm gonna start clearing up some of my tabs in them as well. Coming 2026. Damn it. I'm looking forward to this. Alright, let's see what. So. We have that image. You have this image. It has different EFBs. It's going to work at the VPAD. Or you're going to have the option of the built-in Boeing EFB, which is probably what I'll use. Then the msfs 2024 EFB. They map the entire... Wow, I'm impressed. I'm impressed if they've done that. Checklists, internal tools. Yeah, the A350 is become much better. Some fonts perfectly matched aircraft insurance. Nice. Damn. They've actually tested audio. That's so damn impressive. Okay, this thing is looking to be really, really good. This thing is looking to be really, really, really damn good. And I have really high hopes for it. Let's see here. Alright, we're gonna go ahead and just go ahead and do another descent briefing. Actually, go ahead and throw in some information we need. Alright, we'll be taking the Trish Fort arrival. So that, once again, that is 12,000 level Troy's, then at above 9,000 level Free, then at below 9,000 level Trish. And we want to be at high up level at or above 5, at or below 7,000, then stars between 4 and 5, then strips at 4, then open radar vectors. Let's approach turn rate 10. Probably join up at about IFEs, I think. Well, actually, no, probably join up actually at probably about Remy, to be honest. Descend to an altitude of 3,000 feet. Whilst on radar vectors. Yeah. That doesn't look too bad. Just real quickly, I want to take a look at our RO 343 on the ILS. And go ahead and set that. Three, 4, 3. 3, 4, 3. Set. Perfect. And then what's the altimeter again? What is the altimeter looking like? 3005. (3005) on the altimeter. We're gonna go for a flaps 30 landing. That'll make sure first speed. Yeah, that is a very, very fast final first speed. Bummer. In terms of our landing performance, I think we're gonna have to go auto brake 3 here. Though can't quote me on that. We'll find out. Let's go auto brake 2 if we can. I think it'll be. I'll go 3. Yeah, I'll go 3. That gives us better margins. Auto brake 3 set. 2. Oh, we're not looking too shabby at all. We're actually looking fairly solid now. Alright, let me just pay attention real quickly. Descent is in 117 miles. So in about 10 minutes, so we'll begin our descent. Bound for Baltimore. Yeah, I'm just gonna go ahead and get that up. You know, shall we run through a checklist? I mean, this thing does have built-in checklists. after takeoff, descent. Note that in terms of our landing data, our minimums are 343. VREF will be 142. Okay, approach briefing. Let's go ahead and quickly ready to go around. In case you go around, it will be up to 2,500 feet outbound on heading of 105 degrees. We will intercept at about 3,000, probably about Remy. We might descend to an altitude of 2,300 and intercept at a column. I haven't decided yet. We'll see how. We'll see what time it looks like. Done that. Recall. Checked. Alright. Descent check is complete. Cleared direct Salzburg. Direct Salzburg. Traffic speedbird 22 Bravo turning now direct Salzburg. You are Sierra Bravo Juliet. And we can descend in roughly 80 miles. And here we have our approaching Long Island. We might get a nice view of New York, actually. Actually, we will get a nice view of New York. New York! I like New York. I haven't ever been there, but from my understanding, it's a nice city. I don't hold any grudges or anything against New York. I do against San Fran and LAX because, in LA because, fuck West Coast. East Coast is the best coast. Of the US, anyway. I'll become a West Coaster in the UK. I will become a West Coaster in the UK, so. Alright, good. You're looking good. Some nice good views of everything. Nice good views of the train. Alright. Excuse me. 60 miles to top descent. In terms of our descent, we'll descend to flight level 200 initially. Yeah, descend flight level 200 initially, and we'll maintain a good speed as well. We'll try to maintain a good rate of descent. Alright, I'm gonna begin to close unnecessary stuff. Thing I said I'd be passing out on that one. This one I said I would have to look into. Then this house. Not just about this house. This one I said I'd look into. Right. Keep that website open and close that, close that, close that, close that, close that, close that. Close that one. I want to keep that one up. I'll keep this one up for right now. I actually probably won't shut down the computer. Once I get to bed, I'll probably just leave it and sleep. Shut that one. Shut that. Shut that actually. Shut that. Shut that. Shut that. Close that. Close that. Close that. Alright. In terms of other windows, close that guy. Close that guy. Should pull up this. Alright, and then hide that, and then I'll just keep that up on that screen. Alright, where's JetBlue? That JetBlue's headed off to what there? Perfect. Absolutely perfect. 40 miles to top the sun. I'm spending Baltimore currently with 14.2 tons of fuel. In case of diversion, we will be going to Dulles. Actually, are they coming out with a iPad OS app for VATSIM radar? I'm curious. It would certainly be nice. Well, yeah, they are kind of as a web app. Alright. 50 miles. Just to say, I do like this. I do like these routes. Just to say it. They are nice. It means for a nice, peaceful night. So nights. Which is very nice. Yep, I'm just looking now. Works. Freeway range. Shape flight. Nice. Cool. Alright. Let's see here. What's this idiot on TCAS I have to be concerned about? I think we'll be fine. Alright. 20 miles. 20 miles till the top of the sun. And then we'll be sending it inbound for Bewey. Let me also tune 19.4 in the standby frequency, because here we have CTAP we have to worry about. Damn. Brutal. Damn. I feel for you. But, well, 200 initially, because it is regular procedure. Let's just go ahead and get our heading out. 242 for right now is our current heading. Oh. Getting tired. You still have another 40 minutes of flight time. There's no one from the flight deck. This is the captain speaking. In a few minutes, we are going to begin our descent inbound for PWI. This time, I'm going to turn the fasten seatbelt sign back on. Should be a fairly smooth arrival in for Baltimore. Just keep in mind, we might get a slight bump as we descend through some slight clouds. The current time is 11:20 Baltimore. Sorry, 11:20 Zulu. 7:20 in the morning. Baltimore local time. Should be there on the ground in roughly about 45 minutes. Though I'm gonna try to get everyone there within about 40. Just as a reminder, once we land, please remain seated with your seatbelts fastened until the seatbelt fasten sign has turned off. There's still potential for injury as we are moving There's still potential for injury as we are moving on the ground. Fairly good morning. Fairly good morning. Arriving to Baltimore, though it is slightly muggy outside. It's quite overcast. The current temperature is 21 degrees centigrade, and I did not have that number in Fahrenheit. Anyway, thank you all so much for flying up to BA today. Speak to you all on the ground. Thank you. How'd I do? Did I suck or? I do suck. These. Maintain Mach decimal 86. Descend now, flight level 200. Baltimore traffic, speed 22 Bravo. Heavy beginning descent now, flight level 200. Expecting Trish for Nugget transition into Baltimore traffic. Alright, I did the welcome aboard one. Whoops, wrong button. Sorry. I did the welcome aboard one, so I have to do this one. 19.4 in the standby frequency. Good. Good. Damn, we passed New York. We passed New York. I think, unfortunately. Yeah. New York is right there. Pass. Damn it. Whatever, my fault. My fault. You know, I need to figure out a way to do Mach speed as well on this. Don't know how I'm gonna do that. Actually, could it be as simple as? I mean, I have a minute. I'm curious. PMDG 777 autopilot. What's here? MCP speed display. Actually, I think I might have figured it out. Output config. It'll be this first one, or it'll be up here for a minute. Speed value. No, it is speed display. Should I get that one? No. Yes. speed display. What about so it'll be that. But the thing is that it doesn't get CP. Okay, that's interesting. That is interesting. Although we can maintain speed 2-3 or 2-2 knots for now. Yeah, maintain speed 3-2 knots for now. And we are right where I need to be when it comes to our VNAV path. Frederick Troyes. Baltimore traffic, speed per 22 Bravo, turning out direct Troyes. Baltimore traffic. I'm gonna pull off the rate of descent ever so slightly. Yeah, some definite filling line build up now. Cabin crew, I'm gonna ask cabin crew go ahead and take their seats as we are about to enter into a little bit of turbulence that we were not able to forecast. Cabin crew, seats for landing, please. Cabin crew, seats for landing as soon as possible. Thank you. Alright. Ding that again. No, we're going to turn all of our lights on now. Just because we are about to enter through some of this potential build up here. Yeah. Descend now, flight level 120. Sorry, altitude 12,000 feet. And I do also want to quickly verify new chars not changed. Wind 050 degrees 7 knots. Altimeter 3005. Current temperature 22.19. 10 second minus visibility. Q at 1000. I tend to disagree with that assessment, but okay. Tend to disagree with that assessment based on looking out my window, so. Whatever, not me to judge it though. I'm sorry, I'm not anyone to judge it though. Speed 320 knots. No? I live close to the airport, not that close though. What do I mean by that? This aircraft will turn final over my house, so they won't actually get on the approach though. But they will turn final though. Mm. Begin further descent here shortly. That's that we are passing transition altitude, so get it straight. Altimeter 3005. In the range for it now. Damn, having this FCU here and the EFIS is so damn nice. It's already paid for its money in gold, in my opinion. Yeah, what is going on with the ear? Damn it. I need to go back to the doctor on my ear again. Imagine that. 2 ear infections in a year. Damn. Yeah, for those who are unaware, my ears kind of suck. They get infected like once a year or something like that. Kind of annoying. But they do suck, so. Alright. We go 9,000 level 3. Yeah. And for now, I'll just maintain a good speed. Actually, let's go speed 280 knots now. Baltimore traffic speed 22 Bravo. Heavy reducing now speed 280 knots. Descending now flight level 100. Baltimore traffic. Go flight level 100 now, continuing descent. I may need to get the ground spoilers up, or sorry, the speed brake up slightly. We are now entering into Maryland, which is where Baltimore is located. Great state of Maryland. I think this river here about separates Maryland and Pennsylvania. Sorry, I should not have done that. I was gonna have like a Trump saying for Pennsylvania, but that didn't work out. Alright. It's on good. Perfect. We met that one. Baltimore traffic speed 22 Bravo. Heavy reducing now speed 250 knots. Baltimore traffic. Speed 250 knots. If this were Heathrow, at this point in time we'd be going radar vectors ILS approach. That is if this were Heathrow. Over there we should be seeing Martin State Airport in a moment. I think it's right behind those clouds. Oh, no, it's a little farther down. It's a little farther over there. Oh, actually, no. Sorry, I'm a liar. Baltimore traffic, speedbird 22 Bravo, reducing now. Descending now. Altitude 8,000 feet. Baltimore traffic. 1,500 feet per minute. Now's a good time to go ahead and do the approach checklist. Altimeters checked. Damn, we're a little fast. Descending now out, down to an altitude of 6,000 feet. Baltimore traffic, speedbird 22 Bravo, heavy, descending now, altitude 6,000 feet, currently expecting ILS approach for runway 10, Baltimore traffic. Continue a nice good rate of descent. At minus 1,500 feet per minute. Well, actually, we can maintain minus 1,000 feet per minute for now. No need to be complicated. We're getting some ground breaking through now. Actually, no, it passed right over where I live. Right, currently live anyway. We'll join up at Remy, I think, is probably the best idea. You guys want to see where I live? Too late, because we're gonna be flying right over it. Most likely, anyway. Turn the range down a bit. We still need to descend by about another 3,000 feet, but we're fine for the most part. You know, I'd rather take this slow and steady. And for right now, we can maintain 250 knots. What road is are out. Oh, well, actually, no, we don't have a speed restriction here. We do at the next airport, or at the next weekend, though. So yeah, actually, no, I'll wait off a minute. Oh yeah, we have to reduce it to 10. Baltimore traffic, speed 22 Bravo, reducing now speed to 10 knots. Baltimore traffic. Descend now 4,000 feet. Baltimore traffic, speed 22 Bravo, descending now altitude 4,000 feet. Baltimore traffic. Yep, that's what I thought. Starting couldn't leave me my build up. Yeah, we might see my house. We'll see my house like down here. Down here. And actually, no, I'll be good. I'll be good. Then it'll be 4,000 for the next waypoint. Yeah, we can maintain that for right now. We'll go radar vectors for the Alice approach here soon. Maintain 4,000 now, and then, to be honest, I don't really want to slower because it kind of feels like we're cutting the edge. Or, kind of feels like we're cutting it a bit closer for right now. So yeah, we'll maintain 4,000 for now. And we'll continue downwind in a moment. For right now, I'll go first notch flaps. Gonna get a good heading out. Alright. Baltimore traffic, speedbird 22 Bravo descending now, altitude 3,000 feet. Baltimore traffic. When was this? Or, yeah, when was this supposed to break out? Damn, 1,500. GFX doing his work today. Alright, speed 200 knots now. And then get wrecked. Rubbing upon this. So. Alright. Baltimore traffic, speed 22 Bravo, still downwind runway 10. We will turn direct waypoint runway in about 4 or 5 miles or so. Current speed 200 knots. Maintain until established. Baltimore traffic. Yeah, 1,500 is what it's estimating. Damn. Doesn't make sense though. So right about this area is where my house would usually be, if we could see it, which we can't. Clear approach. Baltimore traffic, speed 22 Bravo, turning base now on May 10. Baltimore traffic. About here, there's actually a grocery store right underneath us. That you couldn't tell. Direct column. Slowly getting it. I'm not gonna pull the heading now. Just gonna pull the heading for now. Take it by hand. Alright, we are cleared for the approach. Speed 190 knots, please. Approach made on, good. Baltimore traffic, speed 22 Bravo, turning final now. Isle split turning 10. Switching CTAF now. 19-4. Final call on Unicom, Baltimore traffic. Alright. How far we got it? It's now showing us about 15 miles. Baltimore traffic, speed 22 Bravo, heavy 13 mile final now. Isle approach runway 10, speed 170 knots, maintain till 5 DMA. Baltimore traffic. Gonna go speed. Yeah, let's maintain 170 for now. Alright. See you. Cabin crew, final call, cabin crew for landing. Thank you. Go flaps 20 now. Got the right, we got the full ILS now. We are fully established. I know what this is. I know where that is. Alright. Gear down because you have the glide slope. And actually, we can reduce now speed 160. Baltimore traffic speed 22 Bravo. Heavy reducing now speed 160, not speeding until 4 DME. Baltimore traffic currently 8 DME. Should be getting it at it here about 1500. Updated METAR says winds are 050 degrees 7 knots. Alright, getting the ground contact now. Ground contact. Still don't have the field. Actually, I got the field now. I got it now. Alright, we're just now final approach speed 147 knots. Flaps full. Final call, Baltimore traffic speed 22 Bravo, short final now. I was approaching me 10. Final call, prior to landing, Baltimore traffic. Alright.
1,000.
Noted. Alright. 3, 2, 1. My controls.
Approaching 10.
Thank you.
Approaching minimum.
Continue.
200. Minimum.
Continue.
100. 50. 40. 30. 20. 10. 5.
There we go. There we go. That'll do. And the iOS is slightly off. I'll call that good enough for me. Good enough on center line for me. Gonna make this turn off now. Thanks. Baltimore traffic speed 22 Bravo now clear of the runway. Taxiing stand Echo 3 via Papa and Bravo. Final call Baltimore traffic. Alright. APU on. Landing lights on. Turn off lights off. There you go. Everything's up. Good. Shouldn't be that much of a taxi. Oh, we got a new airline. Oh, an airline that's returning to Baltimore. JetBlue returned to Baltimore right after Spirit collapsed, apparently. So we might be expanding again. We might be back in the expansion stage. To be nice. GSX, don't wasn't, please. First wasm I ever had, which was actually in 2020. GSX. Oh, I know what happened with GSX. 1 second. Grumpy, the last time you were at Heathrow, did GSX continuously crash on you? Does GSX crash on me after pushback whilst at Heathrow today? Alright, probably just because I'm out of date. So the past few times I've been at Heathrow, GSX has crashed. Actually, we're gonna get back at 1 instead. Yeah. Alright, AP is running good. Alright. Interesting. It's been crashing on me a lot at Heathrow recently. It's like, it would push me back, but then it's like as it's finishing up push, it would crash. Then at that point in time, I just can't be arsed to deal with it again. Yeah, GSX kind of sucks. It kind of sucks on this ability standpoint there. They still haven't renamed this taxiway, I see, because this is Juliet, not Alpha Alpha. I will. It'll be next week sometime. Once I get my work schedule, I'll let you know. And hopefully someone will finally pick up my P1. It's been 3 weeks now. Ben assured me I could have it done in 3 weeks. That was 3 weeks ago. Hasn't happened. Yep. I'll let you know. It'll probably be next Wednesday. Or next Tuesday night, Wednesday morning. Alright. This stand here. Corner. It's good to see that they actually got him a proper ladder. Stroke these off as well. So all in all, assuming that this guy decides to be fair, which last time I was here, it did not. It should be a 10. Hopefully, anyway. We're definitely a skewed, I can tell. Whatever. Oh no. This is a long aircraft, so I have to get all the way in. Alright. Parking brake set. APU on. There you go. Yeah, I know I did. Thank you, GSX, for telling me I parked a bit skewed. Alright. Beacon's off now. Find out what the damage is in a moment. Shut down this aircraft, though. The fuel pump's off. Logo wing lights off. Let me go ahead and just grab the external power. Set chocks. External power. External power on. APU off then. Get the hydraulics off. Alright. What's the damage? And it was a 10. Nice. 294 feet per minute. That seems about right. Yeah, we made $197,000. Nice. Probably would have been 200 if I hadn't taken an extra 2 tons of fuel, which I did take an extra 2 tons of fuel, and I don't regret it, because if I had to divert, I only would have had 10 tons to do it. So, all right. Anyway, that's gonna do it for me. I'm getting tired. Thank you all so much for tuning in. It's been an absolute blast with this, with the returning of the Baltimore Heathrows. Anyway, I will see you all in the next one, which will be tonight. We'll start out 10:30 local. It'll be from Sydney to Brisbane, then we'll be off from Brisbane to Darwin. So, anyway, thank you all so much for tuning in. I'll see you all in the next one. So long.